and also eliminate misinformation and so in the Ghana scenario, I just want to say media regulation, the constitution is the first point that helps us to do regulation. So this is about the risk. And then we've got the National Media Commission for content. I spoke about the NCA. And the new one that has also come through is Data Protection Authority for my colleagues at GJA. Data protection is a new thing, especially for journalists to understand in their daily work. Okay, when you go around and you collect material, you actually take a lot of data from people, entities, etc. How you manage that is important. Okay, so that's a new one. And then there are the ethical and self-regulation entities, which goes to support the laws, the structured laws, and these are the GJA, the Ghana Independent Broadcasters Association, PRIMPAG, IPR, and AAG. Okay. So, about the risk, this I will not, you can have a copy, but it's just to show that Article 162 of our Constitution, it actually does a lot to protect media. Okay, and it's still relevant for traditional and new media. Okay, I've done, if you have a copy, you can read. I've tried to compress it. Freedom and independence of the media are guaranteed in Clause 1. Subject to this Constitution, any other law not consistent with the Constitution, there shall be no censorship in Ghana. Okay. The censorship, we currently have an unfinished business with a body, a committee that was formed. It's led by Socrates. And they put out censorship, excellent. But then there was an additional part of it where they want to charge, they want to say you can show this. I said, no, you're moving into the area of censorship. You know, and it's been a stalemate till now. Then there shall be no impediments to the establishment of the private press or media in particular. There shall be no law requiring any person to obtain a license or prerequisite to the establishment of a newspaper and that. But however, remember, there are other laws that when it becomes criminal or what we are using it for impacts national security and social stability, the law will also take you. So this is not limitless. The laws protect media, but at the same time, it draws line. Editors and publishers of newspapers and other institutions of mass media shall not be subject to control or interference by government, or shall they be penalized or harassed for their editorial opinions and views, or the content of their publication. All agencies of the mass media shall at all times be free to uphold the principles, provisions, and objectives of this Constitution, and should uphold the responsibility and accountability. So, but this, I'm only saying this because a lot of young people are doing new media. This covers you, and at the same time, it limits you. So whilst you do media, it is not just spoken. I remember there was a young lady who exposed a child in some pictures and that, and she was arrested. People were like, oh, but it's a child. No, there are still laws. Sometimes our challenge is the enforcement. Okay, but let's use the opportunities, but it's good to know what the challenges are. I mentioned this thing about internet, the way it's governed. It's still a gray area globally, okay, because of the way the internet is that no person runs the internet. It's a free road. So sometimes you will do a regulation which is relative to your country, but for somebody who is sitting elsewhere, we are able to send information which may not be desirable into your country. So globally, there's a struggle on how to do it. In places like Russia and China, they have their own rules sometimes. They just block off and unplug the internet completely from the people. I've spoken about the broadcasting bill. The major thing it wants to do is converge, take advantage of the convergence of content and infrastructure and frequencies, put it in one. It's been done in the UK and a couple of other places. Then it's relative. And then when you have to punish or incentivize, you can do it in one go, and you don't need to administratively speak to two houses. Okay? For example, Agrada, there's a station, and this is the second time. I think previously there was something, but now you find out that NMC can deal with only content. But what if the station is actually doing something that is that serious that they need to stop them from broadcasting because they're causing something which will impact national security? Then you've got to speak to NMC, and then you've got to deal with NCA and that. But if we put this together, it makes it easy. It's much, much easier. So that's one of the thing about, and to make it modern, to have no. So let's talk about the opportunities quickly. Basically, for new media opportunities, we've spoken about it, but they are the 4 pillars. It allows easy engagement, the sharing of knowledge, access, and the different channels that anybody can use. Okay, so you directly target customers, is easy in your campaigns, promoting your new products or so. I'm a farmer. I sell my chickens on WhatsApp, but I do door to door. So I actually practice with new and old. I take advantage of it. And also I'm on Facebook. Somebody manages it for me. I'm not too smart at it. So yes, and then Instagram. I think they work together, something like that. So it helps to give you these 4 main pillars. And there are so many platforms that you can use. I think you should look up this thing online. I think it's very valuable information, but it gives you an idea of these guys who've done, the last one they did was in February 22. I use it from time to time, the Kepios. And it gives you an idea for Ghana. The first one, it talks about digital growth, year on year. And we've added 2.1% growth. Internet use, we have 16.99 internet users. Okay. Over time, we can see the trend of where it's going. I guess 2021-22, due to COVID, has given us a big uplift in terms of utilization. Hi, Gloria. Has given us a big uplift. And then also things like watching video content online. And there are many slides, but I picked something like this because when you look at the behavior, what are people going online to do? There's a lot of video watching. Okay, so you find that TikTok is generating a lot of revenue for people watching. People try to slot things in for advertising, etc., where people go. Listen, and then also listening to online audio content. What are the behaviors? Where are they listening? What are they listening to? All that information is available. And then social media users over time. We see a big jump, 21-22. Okay. People are doing big businesses online. And then the main reasons why they use social media. So I'll tell you one thing also. We have been in conversation also with giving the Ghana Revenue Authority. Okay, we need to find new ways to generate tax because a few of us pay tax, a lot of people don't. It is honestly not right. Okay, but GRA is looking at more innovative ways because it's very easy for them to keep hitting the traditional structures, the physical structures. But what is happening in this space? Yes, there was e-levy. E-levy conceptual was a good idea. A few things around it, but it's beginning to pick up. But the thing is, was the percentage too ambitious to start with? Because it exists in other places. In other entities, what they are also doing is something they call a digital advertising fee. It's a new concept because business is moving from the shops that you see to online. And the truth is, there's a lot of money being made online with no taxation. Unless you pay with more, then we get something to collect. Okay. So at the same time, look, yes, we need to make money. And remember, we need to build a country. And we need to build a country because some of us make the money, but remember that there's so a lot of people, okay, at the lower end that need tax money to survive. Be it education, be it health, etc. It's the taxes that also supports that infrastructure. Teachers. So tax is important, but we must always all come together to look at the best way we can use these media platforms, okay, to get taxation. So you find even consumer goods, e-commerce, and you can see the figures that are coming up, the number of people that are there, the growth year-on-year change, etc. You know, it's significant for Ghana. See, there's a lot happening there. So we're wondering, how much are we taking from there? Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was an in-depth one. And I agree for us to have new ways of taxation, especially on the new media. They're really making a lot of money. But yeah, but there's the traditional institutions that are paying the huge taxes. So GRA needs to do that a lot. We're moving on. Many years when I was doing my undergrad studies, beyond the four walls of the classroom was one thing I was eager to do, and I did, was to develop myself, soft skills, having a lot of capacity beyond the classroom. So I joined groups like SIFE, which is now in Actors, and then I attended a lot of seminars. One such was Springboard. So for me, unless I did here and it wasn't good, I will be there. Sometimes I even cut lectures to be there because I waited to, okay, I can make up for the lecture, but maybe when I miss all these people at this event, I wouldn't be able to. So I'm going to introduce our next speaker to us. Reverend Albert Okran is a multiple award-winning executive coach. He is co-founder of the Springboard Roadshow Foundation, and he's been doing this for many years. Like I said, I attended it many years ago. Lead consort of Legacy, and executive pastor of ICGC Christ Temple. He's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and the Aspen Global Leaders Network based in the USA. Albert and Comfort Okran are pioneers of the nationwide mentoring program, the Springboard Roadshow. In 2020, Springboard pioneered the core program in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation, which supported over 23 million young Africans with skills and resilience to combat the effects of COVID-19 pandemic. Albert's range of local and multinational coaching clients spans several industries and sectors. For the past 14 years, he has hosted the weekly educational media broadcast Springboard, your virtual university on Joy FM, Joy Prime TV, and online. He is the co-author of 26 leadership and personal development books. He was voted by his peers, as Ghana's 7th most respected CEO for 2009. He also received a Millennium Excellence Award for Motivation in 2010. He has been named for 4 consecutive years in the list of the 100 most influential Ghanaians. He was named in 2018 as the exclusive man of the year in the mentoring category. Now, Reverend Albert Okran is going to talk to us on content development, understanding the dynamics of creating compelling content to retain audience for our advantage. And he's going to use the Springboard radio show project as a case study. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Reverend Albert Okran.
Thank you very much. Let me add my voice to congratulate Raymond Smith and the team at AFRIMASS for putting this conference together. It is timely, relevant, and very beneficial for everyone operating in the media space. And today, the media space involves all of us, both those who are formally working in the sector and those who, by virtue of the democratization of media, have access to the media on a daily basis in their own way, on their own phones. So thank you, Raymond. Let's put hands together for Raymond. Raymond was my first relationship manager on Springboard 15 years ago, and we've known each other since then, and I have a very special place in my heart for him. Let me thank all the distinguished speakers. Many of you I know very well over the years. Cecil, since 79. We've gone through the trenches, so it's good to see you all. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to the participants for making time to join this important discussion. Thank you all for coming. Can somebody tell the person thank you? And smile at the person. Well, I'm going to make a contribution along the lines of compelling content. And I have a feeling that for those who are not even selling media, you will find some useful nuggets in this conversation, because each of us deals with content in one form or another, whether you're a preacher, or your Facebook page, Twitter page, or you run a media business. We deal with content on a consistent basis. So we'll try and look at what compelling content is and how we can leverage it for our own advantage. But for the purpose of this conference and for those in the commercial space, we are looking at compelling content for audience engagement, retention, and also for the benefit of those who advertise on your program. In the year 2006, I was going to watch the World Cup, walking through Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. A young man came running to me from far away shouting, "Mr. Okran, Mr. Okran." And everyone looked at me and he said, "I read your book, it changed my life." And I was very shy because everybody's this big airport transit, Charlie carrying my hand luggage, trying to disappear with my World Cup Ghana JC. And he was so happy. I was trying to say, "Oh, he wouldn't mind me." He was very happy. Then I got to Germany, went to Düsseldorf, then went to a town called Mulheim. If you've been to Germany, Mulheim and the Ruhr. It's not a very cosmopolitan big town like Düsseldorf of this life and the Stuttgart of this life. And I was walking in the streets of Mulheim, having gone there for the very first time. Then this man from a neighboring West African country sees me and says, "Hey, you are the TV person." And I said, "Yes." And then he tried to do the traditional greeting in their country that involves lying on the floor. I said, "Hey, stop that." But it was very interesting. Then I was coming back from the trip, and that was, for me, the most interesting one of all. Because, here was I in a short flight from one European destination to another, and there is somebody next to me on the plane not saying hello to me and reading a book so intently that it was almost like if he says hello, it will interrupt his reading. So I'm like, what cry is this guy reading? And then I crane my neck, and the author or authors of the book, Albert and Comfort Okran. And I'm like, if you knew who was sitting next to you, you would drop the book and greet the author. So I kept quiet and left him alone to read his book. But when I got down from the plane, it kind of told me that content is a very powerful thing. And compelling content is even more powerful. So when I got into media, or when I got into the virtual university, there was a day I was doing a show on the 15 steps. Those of you say you are startups. My friends are startup people. Hi. The 15 steps to writing your own business plan without going to give money to any consultant. I was enjoying the show. It was a very interesting one. And there was huge listenership. And I was giving the points one by one. And I said, point number 13. Then I went to point number 15. All of a sudden, there was a flurry of phone calls to Joy. People very, very angry. And guess what they were saying? Where is point number 14? Now, for those who see radio as a very fleeting engagement with people. You're just talking, and after you just go away, and then it's not like you think. These were people writing notes and who were very offended that point number 14 had been left out. Fortunately, because of phone in or because they called the station, I got a chance to apologize and give them point number 14, which was very important to them. Then I got a very, very interesting call one day after the show from somebody who said, I was busy doing something, so I couldn't join you today, but fortunately, when I sat in the car, you were summarizing. When you finished, I said, okay, I understand it. I understand the whole thing. In the 3 minutes that I heard the summary, I understood the whole program. My dear friends, what do all these 5 illustrations, stories, have in common? One thing: content. Content, and for that matter, compelling content, which I'm sure at the GGA is very key for you. So, the content we have is what builds the connection to our audiences. We called ourselves Springboard, your virtual university, very, very early in the program. Once we understood what we were trying to do, we gave our product a name, a brand promise, your virtual university. What need were we trying to solve? And I'm glad you mentioned the point about making it, I felt so good, making a judgment call between going for that lecture which you could catch up with and listening to content that you felt if you didn't get it then, you may not get it again. So that trade-off that people make is very important. So I asked myself, what need does this program meet? And at the time, there was a lot of conversation about the gap between academia and industry. In fact, there still is. I mean, it still is very big. But most people felt that what they learned from their formal education did not meet their corporate business needs, and they wanted somewhere that they could be assured they would get the tools to be able to do their business and their work. So for every media program, every Facebook page, every Twitter page, everyone who communicates with the public in any form, shape, or style, you need to be clear about what need are you trying to meet. And distinguish yourself in your space. Don't try and follow somebody's own. Don't be worried about somebody's fans. Look for your own. If it is food, do it with dignity. If it is travel, do it. If it is entertainment, do it. So know what the need you are trying to meet. And then know who you are trying to speak to, which audience bracket you are speaking to. My traditional audience for live engagements is dominated by 18 to 35s. And so the language, the style, everything focuses on them. I have come to accept that I have legacy extensions that go way beyond there to even retirees. But the design and everything focuses on the 18 to 35s. And I make no apology that it is them I'm designing for. I have very loyal retirees, and I'll show you some of them as we go along. But they know that the program is for the young people, and they are not offended. So know who you are designing for. Then know why it is relevant to them. Once you understand the relevance of what you do for the people you do it for, it becomes magical. The connection is beautiful, and you can focus more and more and more on generating value for the people that spend that hour, that 30 minutes bracket listening to you. But the one that I think is very special is what makes your solution unique. Know your niche. It's one conversation that we don't often get to have, especially in our part of the world where once you do something and people like it on Facebook, the next day everybody's trying the same thing, and they don't have the stamina to follow it for 3 months, 6 months. I've done this for 15 years, and the energy is even more than when I started. But people copy something, they don't understand the undergirding principle, they don't understand the kind of preparation that goes into it, and because people like it or advertisers are paying for it, then you go into it and You can't differentiate what you are doing from the next person. If you hear this person has done this, then you copy it. It doesn't work that way. So what makes yours unique is a very big question we must answer. Now let's go to the principle of engagement. So I have this retired governor, and that's all the information I'll give you because of respect for. But the person says every Sunday at 6 p.m. I bath myself and my wife. We bath, we have dinner, and then we come and sit down with our notebooks. He's told me this for about 10 years, and he reminds me every time without fail. And anytime I see, this is a person who has governed the central bank of the country. Meticulous every week. And before you think that, it's just before we added on Facebook, Twitter, other forms of engagement, he says radio. He sits down, but radio is voice, and takes his notebook and then writes notes. And then I got a very, very interesting call one day from a friend who says, you know what, last night was crazy. And I said, what happened? He says, I was listening to your show, and typically when I get to my junction, I look left, I look right because of security reasons. This is a CEO of a company. He says, I look left, I look right, and then I look behind me before I drive up the cul-de-sac to my house. For whatever reason, I was so engrossed in the conversation that I drove without looking, and worse still, drove into my compound, didn't get down to close the gate, and I was laughing at what you guys were saying until I saw a gun on my head. I said, wow, I'm so sorry. He said, no, you don't understand. I was just still so engrossed that the guy put a gun on my head. I turned, before I realized that I was being followed. He says, fortunately, they just entered, took a few things from the hall, and went away. I was so broken. I was so sorry. He said, but the show was nice. I'm like, hold on a second. Hold on a second. You're just telling me that you were robbed last night. You're telling me the show was nice. There's something about compelling content that defies logic. Because when it's done well, the media becomes an experience rather than a broadcast. Broadcast is too technical. It's a connection. It's an experience. So how do you generate that kind of experience that makes somebody feel that this is it? This is why we do it over and over and over again. Those are the conversations we must have with ourselves as we try and look at how compelling content can first build a connection to our audiences, engage them, retain them, and then make money for us. So, let me give you a snippet of what my guests say that tell me that something we do is different from how it is done elsewhere. One of the comments I hear very frequently is that I've told you more than I normally would. And one very famous person said, I got so lost in the interview that I said things I've never said on any platform before. And I'm asking myself, should I have said them? He said, but it's right. But I enjoyed it. Then the second one is, when I say, so let's wrap up. Very often, even on air, they say, oh, where did the time go? You know, when the thing is boring, you keep looking at your watch. You see, how many minutes more? Because it's boring, it's dragging. But when it's good, you are traveling. It's an experience, and you are caught up in it. And he said, listen, I'm not even on point number 4 of 25. Can we do round 2? Can we do next week again? Because it's engaging. Then you hear somebody say, I've done this interview on a number of platforms, but this is my favorite. It's a very special experience because everybody's story is them. They own it. They treasure it. So the person getting the story from them must respect the story. Let me tell you something that happened several years ago. And I went to the British High Commission to go and collect a British flag to go and decorate our church. We're doing something international. I wanted to show the various countries' flags. My boss just came in. Please come in and sit down. Please clap for her. If not, I can't go home. Please come and sit in front here. A minute silence, not the other type. Thank you very much. This is my boss, Comfort, in case you don't know. All right, so we went to the British High Commission to go and collect British flags, to go and decorate our church. And we went and we were told to come back in 3 days' time or so for the flags. So we went back in 3 days' time. And when it was time to get for the flag to be given to us, this retired ex-serviceman comes in holding the flag like this and walking like this. Bam, bam, kidiki, boom, tense, boom, boom, boom. Then he stretches the flag out to me, an ignorant young man. I do this. He says, young man, will you receive the flag in the same way I'm giving it to you? So me too, I bow down like this. He gives me the flag, and I hold it like this, and then he's satisfied. When somebody is giving you their life story, please receive the flag in the same way they are giving it to you. So when they tell you it's their favorite interview, you feel you respected their story, you listened attentively, asked correct follow-up questions, and they felt happy. And the other one is the story sounded different on yours. Let's say somebody's written a book, they do a tour, they go to a number of stations, and then not from the person who, now from the viewers and listeners, they call you and say, listen, this person has done a tour, but on your show, it was different. Those are the endorsements that say that you are doing something right. And that's where we all must be aiming to or towards as media practitioners and media service providers, even on social media. Now let's swing to the other side of the triangle, and I'll touch on it very shortly. So a program that you provide that has sponsors is a springboard for the sponsors. The word springboard simply means a board you can step on and spring. So when somebody gives you money and says, we are giving you this money as sponsorship for this year's conference or this year's broadcast, 52 editions or whatever, depending on the frequency, what they are saying is that that broadcast must provide them with a launching pad or a springboard to go further with their business than they could have gone without that platform. So we must justify the investment of our sponsors. And Bright sits in a very privileged position where he gets to make some of those very tough assessments for sponsors who say, Bright, this person I've given money to, are they doing a good job or not? And it's not something that is, you do it emotional. Oh, he's a fine guy, he's even a pastor. Bright, listen, I know it's my presentation, but let me give you a minute to give us an idea about the kind of rigorous assessment that is done. This is a conference. We can talk, can't we? Yeah, Bright, come. Tell them, when you are assessing sponsorship spend, what kind of questions, assessments do you do?
Well, thank you very much. Privilege. I played a bad cop. The client is the good cop. Yeah. So you have a responsibility in this day and age where we can actually take efficiency for granted because we have a lot of tools, dashboards, analytics. It's very easy like that. So the added responsibility is that of effectiveness. So I always say that if you're jumping into an Uber to take you to Accra Mall, you want to get to Accra Mall first. Then you say, how much did it cost me to get to Accra Mall? So there's a question of efficiency and effectiveness, and we have to strike a very good balance at that. I think that's the toughest line that we walk in terms of analyzing and recommending properties or sponsorships when we do what we call the evaluation for the client. There are times where the client loves the thing, but what they think about the thing is what they need. It's not what they need as per the brief that they've given us to work to. So there's always some bit of tussle here and there. But we have to do our job as the professionals that we are to do the right thing because we are accountable. There's a post-campaign evaluation that you do, you report to the client. At the end of the day, even if the numbers are right or good, and on the ground, it doesn't happen in terms of uptake of sales, you have to then answer that question. So we carry a very huge responsibility, and so playing bad cop works fine. Thank you.
Before you go, tell me how how ruthless or otherwise are companies in making a decision if the analysis shows that they're not getting value or they're getting value?
It depends. There are times where relationships also play into it. Let's not make it look like we're always very hard. There are times where there's gut feel. Apart from the hardcore analytics, there's gut feel, so there's local insight, there's relevance. So we have to be ruthless because we have to, especially in times like this. But then there's also some nuance that balances it in terms of making sure there's effectiveness all right, there's efficiency all right, but there's also some relevance that has to be brought to it. Thank you.
Put your hands together for Mr. Bright Lajekwu, and he will be speaking very shortly on his core subject. But I wanted to borrow his insights on this matter. Why am I saying that? Because many of us say, how do you get sponsors? Then they ask, how do you retain sponsors? Then they say, you've done this for 15 years. You've always had sponsors, some of them for 15 years. What do you do differently? And that's what Bright is trying to say in a nutshell, what's probably taking a whole hour to share with you. So what you deliver for the audience, the sponsor, is first a captive audience. So the audience is listening to you, but by extension, they are traveling with your audience as you share in the experience. They also are benefiting from brand affinity. So if you have 300,000 people in your database as a result of your road shows, or you have this number of millions who listen to you on your radio program, etc., etc., by virtue of the fact that they love you, they feel you've changed their lives, the brands that sponsor you to benefit from it. And Bright, you're right about the gut feeling thing. I mean, there was a year, not your company, a year when one of our sponsors said, we have done 5 years on this property. Let me use your words. And they said, by rule, our international agency requires us to disengage after 5 years. But we still have to evaluate because this is such a good one that we want to be sure. And they did a nationwide survey, and the findings were that of all the properties they had at the time, this was the one that connected with the young people very much, and they felt very appreciative for that intervention. So for that reason alone, forget about all the other indicators. For the reason of brand affinity alone, they stayed on the platform, and the platform kept growing from strength to strength. So these are very important ones. Then patronage and sign-ups. I recall one company doing an app that they wanted to be the number one in the country, and coming on the show and telling people live on the show. We're telling them live, just sign up to the app. And they were people on the back end measuring how many sign-ups they had. And after 1 hour, they said, listen, it's never, ever happened before. And that app went on to become the number one. So definitely, you can get that kind of repeat business. And then content extensions. We did a show on mental health the past 3 weeks, first 3 weeks in October to mark Mental Health Month. And one of the leading hospitals in this country felt the content was so relevant that they literally took the slides of the show and have framed them in the hospital to guide people on mental health. Those content extensions extend the reach of the brand and of the intervention and the program. And then also you realize that human resource from the sponsoring firm come on as resource persons on the program, and you will be surprised to find out that it's not just to meet the requirements of a talk show. Sometimes it is linked to their HRs, human resource development, linked to several other things that you may not know on the front end. So all these are possible benefits that can come to partners that come on your program. And then, of course, when they are launching something, they are bringing updates on their customer issues. Those are the platforms that they can come onto. So these are some things that you can look at. But one thing that comes across very strongly is value alignment. The values of the sponsoring company must be aligned with the values of the program. If not, there will be conflict. If you don't believe the same things and don't push the same things, there will be conflict. And I can show you several examples, but I'll leave that for today. So let me move on to how to achieve compelling content. How do you run a show that runs for 10 years, 15 years, and people still watch and listen religiously. And who are the key stakeholders you must satisfy? The obvious one and the number one is the audience. The day you lose them, you are finished, no matter what anyone says about you. The first one is your audience. And for a pastor, let me use the word, it's like a fetish. Your audience must engage you night and day. You must hear them. You must listen to them. You must read their comments. You must check their temperature and their pulse regularly. Because very often when you are losing it, you don't feel it. You don't see it until it happens. And I'm sure Nana will touch on that. So the first one is audience. It's like a three-legged stool. Take off one and it will crash. The second one is your advertisers, the sponsors, the financial partners. And the third one that sits in between the two is the radio station, the TV station that gives you their platform. They also have a business interest that they are seeking, and they want to make sure that what you do, either consciously or unconsciously, does not give them challenges to deal with or answer for, because once it's done on your platform, there are issues that you have to speak to. So all these three come to bear. How do you create compelling content that satisfies all the three? There are three things I think we must take away from today. One is what you may want to call the preparation. Respectfully, let's all say preparation. Preparation. The second one is positioning. Let's all say positioning. And the final one is the presentation. Let's all say presentation. Thank you for your kindness. So let's start with the preparation. When you are going into 2023, you must know what you will speak about, your content calendar, your plan for the year. Because we call ourselves a virtual university, we take this curriculum a bit more seriously than others. But you must tell yourself that if somebody spends an hour with you for 52 hours, at the end of the year, what must they have? So when people meet you in town, they say, hey, I have this guy who is very good. Bring him on your show. I courteously smile and I say, thank you very much. And then I walk away and forget it, because it's not just meeting anyone and then bringing them on your show. You must have a very clear idea that if this year, your theme for the year is this, the pillars under the theme are financial, mental, we are saying educational, we are saying health. So you know that by the end of the year, you should have spoken to these 6 areas of a person's life. So when you bring a series on investment, you know this one is running for 3 weeks. Then you are doing a series on mentoring, so you can do something like the engine room. You bring people and you balance it. So your content calendar shows you what you hope to achieve by the end of the year. Then the themes, the series, and the topics follow from the calendar. Then you go down to resource sensitivity to content. So you planned this year very nicely, but Charlie, the dollar has changed the mood of people. You can't say, well, when we planned it, we said we will talk about this, and you are following your own. No, you can't do that. So you must be sensitive to the context of the people's life. What are the strong issues that are engaging them at this time in their lives? And you make amendments based on that to respect the context the people are in. And then selecting resource persons. Let me touch on what is often not said. What is said is fine. The person must be knowledgeable. We all know that. The person must be eloquent. We all know that. But let me use this platform to challenge us about the part we often do not pay attention to. Number one, finding balance in gender. You say, why is that important? Why not? Which year was that? One of the years in our festival of ideas, we took a list of those who had attended the conference. This conference is supposed to be a business conference, raising the next generation of business people and inspiring them, giving them the tools to do their business. And madam, you will not believe it. 27% were women and 73% thereabouts were men. We said, how? If we don't correct this one, then over the next 5 to 10 years, expect that the business leaders we will have, 3 out of 4 will be men. What does that do to 52% of our population? So, analyzing the data made us make very drastic, significant, specific changes. Going on from there, we paid attention to the balance in the speakers, the balance in the communication, the models you choose to make the communication, and by the next year, we had moved from 27 to 40-something. Because we were deliberate. So in choosing your resource persons, don't find yourself in a situation where you look through all the speakers, all the resource persons, and one gender is missing or not fully represented. So it's a challenge to all of us, and we can learn from it, and we can do it. It's doable, isn't it? Excellent. And then also, youth voice. If the program is for young people, and they are the ones who are the beneficiaries, avoid a situation where it is only adults talking at the young people. Bring them on. They may not have the experience of the adults, but they are the ones who are going through the situation, and they know what they are going through. They can speak for themselves. So ensure that it is for young people, by young people, with young people. And those are things that I would like to bring to your attention for your benefit. And so panel selection is important, the research, statistics, and then always have a very solid synopsis before the program, a well-written, well-presented guide to the program, the questions you want to ask. Nobody must come to your program and come and sit down and, but that's no. It must be clear what you want to achieve with the conversation, and that's very, very important. Let me wrap up by touching on 2 things that I think will be very key. So when we prepare the content, the second one is the positioning. Depending on who handles what, a very beautiful thing can look untidy and unserious because it was in the hands of the wrong person. So how you position the show and the program will make it big or small. So there is the pre, the in, and the post. The the show is the hype. This person is coming on, it's a big conversation. Sometimes bring a trailer. Something that people will be like, what? Did he really say that? I must watch this conversation. And let it go viral even before the show starts. So the pre-promo and the hype is very big. Then the in-show. I recall my first orientation about radio. I was told, listen, whatever you do, make sure your intro is good. The first few words you see in an interview are good. Very well scripted. So the big conversation, make people feel that this is the perfect time for this conversation. Very, very critical. And then highlight the key takeouts. The person makes a very big point. Repeat that point for the benefit of those who are listening, for them to catch it and get the point that was made. And then if you want to perpetuate the benefit of the show, there's something called the post-show. So we create slides, and they become probably the most innovative and the biggest thing that is happening to the program now, because people are even more interested in the slides because it's a virtual university. So the lecture slides are now more interesting for people than even what was said. And then cut snippets of the program. Right, I was analyzing something with somebody from Bloomberg earlier in the year, and he was teaching us how the 3-minute news item has become an even bigger selling point than the 1-hour news item. And I'm sure Nase, you in the social media space can explain to us why I put a 1-hour video on the social media page and it has 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 views, and I think it has done well. Then I put a 3-minute version and it has 70,000 views, and I say, what went right or wrong? Help me to understand.
Thank you very much, Reverend. Couple of things, but first is because it's easier to assess, it's easier to capture, and the recall, and you can also summarize it. But what you do also is that because you summarize it in that way, you use it as a driver to the long format. So people will get whatever they want. They get it within the 3 minutes, and later on they can go to the long format to go and watch that. We call it slice and dice. So you cut the bits that you want to get the engagement, and you can use that to drive traffic to the long format. As in, yes, if the program is pre-recorded, you can do excerpts from that, slice and dice the same way to you, so you get people to set their clock to watch it.
Put your hands together for Nancy. He'll be talking later on social media. But one of the things that I would like to say about the slides is that one of my highly respected mentors said to me, "You make me sound wiser than I really am." He said, he got the slides from Washington. He says, I came to your show, or I interviewed for your show. The show is being aired. Then somebody sends me the slides from Washington. That, Charlie, you are speaking sense. He said the thing came from Washington. And he says, he mentioned where he lives in Accra. He says, I live here, you live here, and the slides came from Washington. But to him, he says, you make me sound wiser than I really am. And then the most interesting one, somebody called and said, can I have a particular speaker's slides when he came on the show in 2020? I said, this is really a virtual university. They are recalling lectures. And that was very, very nice. Okay, so let's end with the content presentation, where many of us do not pay enough attention and have challenges. The final leg, you've done the preparation, you've positioned it. Now you are on studio. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, action. And the lights come on or whatever. If it's TV. If it's Facebook, you post. Aristotle, who is a Greek philosopher, lived in 384 to 322 BC, before Christ was born, gave a prescription that I think is still relevant today, long after he died. He says 3 things: the logos, the pathos, and the ethos. He says these are the 3 things that every serious presentation must have if you want to do well. And I found it very interesting, because he says the first thing is that your sound logic, your content, the statistics, the research must show that this is the 74th day of the year. If by now you haven't met your targets, 74 over 365, you are on point with your calculations and your presentation and your statistics. So for the subject matter that you are coming to lead the discussion on, you must have prepared, you must have your content, it must be solid, you must put value on the numbers and the data. Then he says, no matter how good that data is, if you present it in a flat, uninspiring way, you will not connect. So he says, while the data is great, the second thing you need is the experience, the pathos. Take the person on a virtual reality journey. The person can even hold their breath in the conversation. You are talking about something, and the person has held their breath. Oh no. I mean, I remember watching 2 old ladies watching, is it a couple who have forgotten which one had Osi Amando? There was one that had a guy called Osi Amando. I've forgotten. Was it Esmeralda? How many of you understand Ghana? You say Bo Osi Amando. I mean, they were so engrossed. He can't believe they shouldn't kill him. They shouldn't kill him. And I'm like, but this is a recorded telenovela. You say, stop. Don't disturb us. You can give people such an experience with your media engagement that it's unbelievable. There was one day we interviewed somebody who had lost his son. He was running an NGO that was doing something with children who had child cancer, because he had lost his own son. And we were interviewing him, and we kind of preempted it. So we brought a clinical psychologist to the studio. And while the guy was talking about the thing, the guy just broke down crying. And the psychologist too broke down crying and put their hands around him. It was such an experience. The calls continued till the next day. Why? Because we anticipated what will happen, created the right experience so the guy could just cry and feel comforted. And it was just a special experience, even till today. But that's what I talk about when I say appeal to the emotions, the imagination, take people on a journey. And then the last one is what Aristotle called the ethos. He says, people must say, this one, I heard it on Springboard. I see Springboard is Bible. People must believe what they hear on your program as kind of like the final authority. They must reference what they hear on your program. They must say it with such vim. So persuade people with your reputation, your trust, your credibility, your track record. And that's a very, very powerful thing. Your goodwill, you've built a connection. So they say, I want to say it on your show, because when I see it on your show, it will have traction. Now let me end with something that I learned the very first time I started my media journey. My first program director, who's now the general manager at the GNA, Albert Kofi Owusu, called me and said, Albert, as you start, like how the parents will say, as you start work, let me give you good advice. He says, listen, you are not communal. Don't try to be fast rapping. No. He says, listen, talk like yourself. Don't bother to be like somebody else. Be yourself. What your strength is not how fast you talk. Your strength is here. So as for your content, don't give anyone chance. And this was 4th August 2008, Monday, 8 p.m. Until today, I still remember it. He says, no way. As for your content and your brain, you may not be able to talk like them, but leave that one for them. But where you are strong, remain there. So I want to encourage somebody who says, I'm in the media, but I'm not the typical fast-talking. So you feel disadvantaged. Listen, I've scanned the landscape, and I can tell you this. Just be yourself. Find your strength. Find what you are good at. And when you find it, don't let it go. So compelling content first connects you to your audience. It achieves business objectives such as brand recognition, thought leadership, customer engagement, and lead generation. And ultimately, when you do it well, it can make you the go-to person, the one that people reference when they are talking about either education, entertainment, or inspiration. My name once again is Albert Okran, and it's been a beautiful time just sharing this experience with you, and I hope that for somebody, it will provide you with the tools to be able to also take your media journey to the next level. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Reverend Albert Okran. My takeouts initial was, who are you developing the content for? Why are you doing it? And what is your niche? So he did talk to us on understanding the dynamics of creating compelling content to retain your audience and also for advertiser usage, using the Springboard radio show project as a case study. His presentation was powered by Legacy and Legacy, Rich Marketing, and VIPS, socio.com. I hope I got it right. I think talking about Springboard, this is also a nice opportunity to acknowledge part of our sponsors and partners. It's a long list, so I'll keep acknowledging as we move on. So this year's AFRIMASS 2020, our theme is Shifts in Media Consumption and Marketing Rethink, spotlighting the challenges and opportunities in the continuous existence of the media advertising business in Africa. It's brought to us by AFRIMASS in partnership with Survey 54 Africa, Lux Life Experience, PhD Media Ghana, DSTV Business, Jeanette Services, TV3, MX24 TV, Ghana Web, Text Ghana, Clay Ghana, Customer Service Africa. I would bring us the rest as we move on. I can see a few friends around. I can see Gideon from Bintu and Kwame and Eddie over there. Thank you for joining us and all of us here. We'll take a breather. I think we've been sitting and hearing some speakers. We'll take a breather. We have a spoken word artist in our midst, in the person of Sonny Rhymes. He's going to give us a performance, after which we'll continue our presentations. Please help me welcome him.
Good. My watch is not working, so I don't know whether you're in the afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rhyme Sonny, and spoken word is my niche. Black is the darkest color, the result of the absence of visible light. Black is an achromatic color, a color without hue, like gray or white. It decreases brightness in the principle of chromaticity. It's the color of fertility and the color of royalty, worn by judges, clergy, as far back as the 14th century. High fashion color. Check your history. Associated with death and mourning, but at the same time, elegance and power comes with black in the morning. So stop blackening black, because you cannot bleach melanin back. Now let me tell you some black truth. Living under this black roof with my umbilical cord stuck under this black root, how can you uproot? So be mute. Black leg, we work whilst others are on strike. Black or white, our veins still carry red blood alike, not black blood. So why this bad blood? Is it because our presence scares you like the black plague? That's why you continue to blackmail us with the black propaganda? See, you can label us the black sheep in this black market. We will continue to remain on your screens like the blacklist and show you that black don't rest. We know about the black chamber, black project, black ops, and the black budget. We know all of that. So when you try to blackwash the black man by throwing fire at him, remember, he's the blacksmith that works with fire. So your fire will certainly backfire. He shine. Call him the black star, full of love. Call that black love. Black lives matter. Black love is the matter. Black love is egg-shaped, delicate and oval. Black love is friendship. Stay true forever and never over. Black love is doing different things for different people of color at different times. This world is a black tie event, and we are all Black Panthers fighting for the black belt. But after the crash, all the information shall remain in the black box. So tell the black man with black mind, it's time to show the world how kind the black man can be. Tell the black lady dripping with black beauty, it's time to show the world some black love. The kind of love Black Eyed Peas sang about. But where is the love? Peter. So in the month of October, I'm in pink. So you can guess the title of my next poem. Shall we all observe a moment of silence to all our fallen breasts? So after the party, she came to me for a photograph. I was stunned at the generosity of her chest. Then she said she wants my autograph, gave me a small marker and poured out her breast. See, I melted like an iron in hydrochloric acid. A movement occurred in my pants so rapid. Now, I believe the scientists who said that the primary biological function of breast is to make men stupid. You can call me Cupid because now I know. I know the difference between love. Love at first sight and love at breast sight. You see, what I'm about to say, I haven't got any proof. But to tell you the gospel truth, no man wears a thinking cap in the bedroom. Not even your own groom. They only work to sweep you off your feet with their broomstick. They stick their tick stick like a dipstick and raise your emotions high like an iPhone on a selfie stick. The most aggressive ones are the ones who stick a little bigger than the lipstick. They make you sick, yeah, I know. But what you don't know, yeah, is that man can run away from you if your breast do not stand like a soldier. We all know the story of the award-winning South African musical group, Umoja. The spirit of togetherness. See, men cannot put themselves together at the sight of these soldiers. Not even the ones who claim to be filled with the Holy Spirit. Umoja, that was the win. It's because most of the news, reviews, previews, and interviews are done by men. And not just that, they give a great view on stage. So one can imagine what goes on backstage. See, breasts can change with age. And before you go to the center page of any newspaper, you have to read the headlines on the front page. Now, let's take the Free Press newspaper, for instance. Their headlines always does the magic. And don't think because I said free press, you can press them freely. That would be tragic. A friend once told me that women with great titties can almost be compared to some of the great cities in the world. Like New York, the city that never sleep. See, you never sleep because in the night, one man who calls himself a husband or a boyfriend wants to use their titties as tickets and want to travel from Manhattan through Harlem, but will also end up in Virginia. Virginia before coming back to bronze. They'll not even do it silently. They'll start to speak in tongues. I've never seen a Muslim man speaking tongues before, only on these trips. So imagine Alaji, who has been to Virginia and he's coming back home. No building can contain him, not even the dome. See, throughout the research of writing this poem, I came across 5 types of breast. The PSSL, the perfect, the swooping, the small, and the large breast. You see, the perfect, the nipples point outwards. These are the patterns. How many of us know the pattern? You see, I'm not here to tickle your fantasy or raise you to a point of ecstasy. I'm only substituting my poetry with a pink ribbon to talk about a serious health issue. Breast cancer. 233,000 cases in men annually. 2,300 cases in men annually, but 333,000 cases in women. These are the statistics. Breast cancer is not racist. It doesn't discriminate. So please, let's pay attention to all the awareness going on and check if there are lumps in our breast and start early treatment. I'll also be available to check for anybody. Thank you so much.
Another one for Sonny Rhymes. Now, my next speaker, I love his kind of management style. So on one of my sales rounds, I got into this agency. And it's refreshing because until you're told he's the head, you wouldn't even know. He's quite unassuming. He's sitting with his staff like he's part of them. So one guy said, oh, that's our MD. It's like, oh, wow. It was when he went that he told me, and that was very refreshing. So our next speaker is the Managing Director and CEO of PhD Media Ghana and founder of the Masterclass Accra and Science Meets Marketing. He's a marketing communication professional with 24 years of experience in driving transformational growth and market leadership for businesses and brands in the telecommunications, banking, and consumer packaged goods industries in West Africa. Bright is a pioneer at heart, has a challenger mindset, and is an industry thought leader who is passionate about trend spotting, pathfinding, and innovating for effective brand building. He has consistently championed a data-driven approach, the application of marketing science principles to marketing communications, and spoken about the implications of artificial intelligence for marketing, brands, and businesses in Africa. He is trained as a biochemist at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in Ghana, but followed his natural talent into the advertising fraternity to pursue a career and his life's work. He serves on the Africa Rising Conference Planning Committee of the International Advertising Association, IAA, the Executive Council of the Advertising Association of Ghana, and the Advertisement Regulation Committee of Ghana's Food and Drugs Authority. Bright today is going to talk to us about Shifts by PhD, building a new ecosystem. And this was powered by PhD Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Bright Lajepo.
Thank you very much. And I'm humbled by that observation. Very insightful feedback for me. I'll try and keep it up. I like to congratulate again and again and add my voice to all the congratulations to Raymond. Where is Raymond? Okay. I'm humbled by how this event has grown, and I know you're still pushing it. I'm humbled by my own association with it, and I see that it's becoming a major platform for our industry in Ghana. So thanks for the contribution you are making to the industry and the growth and understanding that comes with the industry's evolution. All protocols observed, all my colleague, previous speakers, and upcoming speakers, I am privileged to be standing on the same platform with you. I am struggling to fit in the big shoes left by my boss at church and pastor, who just finished speaking. So next time you are arranging the program, know who to put before who, so that. Thank you very much for having me. PhD. We're a global marketing communications company. Nowadays, we believe that we're probably more consultants than just agency people. Okay. So when it comes to thought leadership, we believe that no other industry player in our category of work does better than we do, humbly. We believe, we breathe, live thought leadership. Our latest book is Shift, and that will be the core center of my presentation. And I'm proud to say that last year when I stood here, at the end of my presentation, I introduced Shift. And then after the event, Raymond was so excited and rushed to me and said, I was thinking about talking about Shift next year. And look at you, you have a book on Shift. So I gave him a copy, and that inspired the way he has navigated the theme for this conference. So we're honored. So Shift is one of our thought leadership pieces, but we want to go beyond thought leadership as an agency or a consultancy to drive tech adoption and training, if you like, the way we call it in Ghana, capacity building. So beyond the book, we've actually done a series of workshops that can help businesses navigate the times we're in. One of the chapters in the book is called Building a New Ecosystem. It's actually chapter 3. So I'm going to focus on how we can build a new ecosystem. But I will start from talking about the explosion that we have seen. So when there's an explosion in your neighborhood that did not make any noise, it's most likely that it will really just creep in on you quietly and impact on you probably more severely than one that makes a lot of noise, right? If it made noise, you run in a direction where the explosion and the debris will not come and disturb you. But there has been actually an explosion in the marketing and media space in the last couple of years. So the explosion of media has happened in three stages. Just 2 decades ago, not too long ago, there was internet. There was even e-commerce back then. You know, there was email. There was all the mobile phones. Well, a few mobile phones that we had in our hands that we were using 2 decades ago. There was some social media, actually. But what has happened is that the data that has been collected, the devices collected a lot of data, drove a lot of data creation, right? That has caused a lot of shifts. Because once we have a lot of data available to us, a lot of stuff were built based on that data availability. One of the greatest things that have happened to the build-up of the pathway from the times that I'm talking about 20 years or so ago is tech. And I'm here talking about just the computational power, the exponential growth in the power of the computer. So as the power of the computer grew, the price came down. We used to call it Moore's Law. There are other people who now believe that that Moore's Law doesn't apply, so I won't go there. But we've had a lot of shifts happening because of the fact that screens are cheaper, laptops are cheaper, mobile phones are cheaper than they were 2 decades ago. All that has led to a lot of activity. That's what we call the explosion. So the aftermath of that explosion is that we're left coming to grips with all that the explosion has brought about. Marketers, media managers, agencies, clients, everybody's scrambling because now there's streaming. There are about 2 billion content producers. So Reverend Okran talked about one show, right? In 2009, we wrote a book. The first book on the left, when I shared that screen, was called Fluid. And in Fluid, we predicted that there will be about 3 billion TV cameramen and women who are now holding phones. Today, it's happening right before our eyes. So there's this explosion of content. There's this explosion of information that leads to a lot of overload. So the consumer is the one that we chase and try to get their attention. But their attention now is being taken by all that content that is available. And it's getting worse and worse because we're getting better and better at creating more, finding the people who must consume the content we created because there's artificial intelligence. So Google can serve adverts that are just made based on what you have watched or seen or read online. And so we have billions of content, but that content can really be served tailor-made for all of us and actually can spawn a lot more content to be created. So this is the explosion. Before the foundations were laid, the environmental shift, the technological developments caused this new headache that we have. So as marketers and media and business people, we need to recognize that there's a fundamental change. That's what we call the shift. It's a fundamental change to what we have or need to have in our toolkit in order to make sure that this consumer that we want to buy our products and get our business to grow gets to listen to us. So the rising complexity and sophistication that's actually converted the advertising business, which used to be just an art and a science, to a technology business. So today, most of the things we do, even within the media agency, is driven by tech and tools. Technology is at the heart of our business right now. It remains still a creative business, but it's driven more by the use of tech. Now, there was a survey that was conducted in 2021 as part of the build-up to this book that shows that the number of activities we do and the skill sets that we need to develop in this ecosystem or this current situation we find ourselves in with the background I've given, there's a 51% increase in the things we do and the capabilities that we have now developed. So just because we can't survive today with the same old skill sets that we were using 20 years ago or 10 years ago, there was the need to develop new capabilities. And there's a need to do more of that in the years ahead. So within the last decade, this is the growth in terms of just our industry, the marketing communications industry alone. One of the, if you actually do a lot of online, especially on YouTube, you'll find Mark Rethink, who has founded the Mini MBA, does a lot of presentations on YouTube. For those of you who are marketers, you probably know about him. And he has identified two things, which are probably the knee-jerk reactions that we have had. He says there's too much tactification. Okay? Tactification is where you are doing tactical campaigns, just solving problems, short-term solution without looking at the long-term. So, at the expense of doing the long-term strategic thinking and having understanding, we're doing things that are short-term because we have to survive. The deluge of data and content and all the attention span that has reduced for our consumers, we tend to be more tactical and short-term than long-term in our view. There's something he's also coined called communication, and he says that we only talk about advertising at the expense of all the other things that we can do in marketing. So we all know about the 7 Ps and so on and so forth. But because media is so huge and advertising has taken a big center stage, we tend to limit our strategic approaches to just advertising and marketing communication, leaving the other tools in the arsenal for marketers or marketing communications people. And so this just him drawing our attention to some of the knee-jerk reactions we've had to the evolving era that we are in. I spoke a little bit about effectiveness when Reverend Okran gave me the opportunity. So at PhD, we believe that the first thing we do at the strategic level is working on how effective that strategy that we are doing for the client would be. How do we get the job done? Not how efficiently or how much we pay for per se. Because we live in a part of the world where we believe in discounts rather than delivery. and I've been talking about it for many years. And I know you're smiling because you've heard me say it, rotten tomatoes. So 50% discount on rotten tomatoes is 50% discount on rotten tomatoes. It doesn't make the tomatoes good, right? Yeah. So you first have to buy good tomatoes, then you negotiate a 50% discount on it, right? So we have to be careful that we don't allow effectiveness to decline. Even in the times like this when the dollar is creating a lot of stress and putting a lot of advertising and marketing budgets under the spotlight. Yes, the budget is being cut into half just because of the devaluation of the currency. But it doesn't mean that because of that you go and buy cheap campaigns or cheap properties. You have to first think about effectiveness and make sure that you do what you have to do as a marketer to deliver. As we grappled as a consultancy globally, we were thinking about how we also help the industry to respond to this change, this shift. One of the places that we went to was to the Singularity University. And this is a university, just pretty much like virtual university, that was put together in 2008 by the guys from Google. So at the NASA Research Park in California, Larry Page put some money behind Ray Kurzweil and Peter Diamandis, and they put together what they call the Singularity University. And they put some money into researching, into marketing communications, and what would inform the things that we should be doing in the next few years. So there's a video next.
To get ahead requires looking ahead. To understand the forces of change. Forces that will impact marketing. We consulted the Singularity University, a specialist in forecasting the impact of exponential technologies. The result, the 6 forces of change that are highly likely to impact marketing as we head towards 2030. Physical separation, lives spent connecting via screen technology, dispersing populations, redefining work, overhauling how we connect, transforming how we buy. Shallow living. Increased time multi-devicing and multi-apping will lead to lower levels of engagement. People will be shallow processing the world. New formats and technologies will emerge with significant implications for marketing, and with ad avoidance happening at the brain level. Trust dissolution. Claimed trust levels continue to fall, leading to more government regulation, with more restrictions on marketing. Seeing the walls of the walled gardens get higher, requiring greater adaptability, modular services, and advanced capabilities. Engineered serendipity. Social and e-commerce environments will increasingly anticipate people's wants and needs before they know it, reaching up the funnel and pulling people down ahead of competitors. For marketers, large swaths of decision-making will be outsourced to machine learning. Decentralized influence, where brand messaging and commerce is increasingly mediated within unstructured environments. By a dramatic expansion in the number and influence of influencers, upending the traditional routes to consumer, communications and commerce collapse into one. And finally, purpose pervasion. With what will feel like every brand communicating their purpose, making it even harder to be heard, and frustrating organizations that are genuine in their efforts. Assessing the commercial contribution of this will propel the industry to find the single KPI that brings everything and everyone together. 6 forces of change that will impact the world of marketing. Changing the capabilities of today into the capabilities of tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. So, changing the capabilities of today into the capabilities of tomorrow. So businesses need to build capacity. Our people need to build new capabilities. That's our focus. In the next few slides, I'll show you the way forward. We believe that the way forward in the shift that we're in right now, the crazy, fast-paced breaking of the dynamics of today, the the speed at which things are changing. I mean, not only currency, but there are so many things that are shifting that you may not realize, that may not even hit your pocket, but that are making sure that the future is more fluid than we would actually want. So we think that the way forward is to get ourselves better organized as an industry. And that's why we are talking about building a new ecosystem. So what do we mean by that? Because there's a blurring of the lines, we cannot forever, we say that the only thing that's constant is change. Change will forever be happening. We cannot forever decide that we will remain the way we used to do things yesterday, even in the agency business. Andrew, we can't continue to say that, well, anytime we have a client, we would be the agent and they'll be the client and we have an account director working for them. A time is coming where that line will be blurred, where the client will run things from their office with us helping them to do it well and better than if they didn't have us. So that's what we are talking about, that the agency roles would shift and will become more embedded in the client's business rather than having our office taking briefs from the client and responding to it. It's tough in Ghana to actually win a new client in the way we meaning those of us working for the global marketing communications businesses, I mean, want to work. We want to work in a more structured way and all that. These days it's tough. Everybody wants to go and do their own buying, their own planning, and so on and so forth. As ineffective as some may be, they feel that they can do it. Why? Because the tools are now in their hands too. They can see the Google dashboard. They can see the Facebook analytics. What can they do that the agency is the only one that can do? It's humbling. But we have to accept it. That's where we are right now. But there are things we also know and do that the clients do not know, that we can also help them to better achieve their objectives and pay us a consultancy fee rather than a commission on the media, for example, and all the peanuts that we get. I think that I'm excited about the shift, even though it changes a lot of the dynamics within our industry. And we think that there must be a modular approach. We must take our time, create moduled training programs, and organize the whole ecosystem, agency, client, local, global, coming together in one place, working seamlessly to make sure that we take the efficiencies for granted and focus on effectiveness. So here we are. We want to build a new ecosystem. And without a new ecosystem, we're not going to survive the shift. How do we do that? We go back to school. We go back to school. You don't have any other choice. You have to learn new things. You won't survive this shift or this explosion without learning a thing or two that you didn't know before. So at PhD, out of this book, we have actually created workshops, well-designed workshops to train our clients, prospects, and those who don't even want to become our clients, to build a better marketing ecosystem. So I'll just take you through a few things that are the key pillars. It's also a health check. So we'll do an audit at the beginning. How good is the long-term health of your business within the marketing space or the media and marketing communication space? There are 5 key foundations that we believe that must be looked at. First, you need to audit tech. We talk a lot about digital transformation, but you have to do it. It's not something you talk about and not do it. Because if you are not ready, the train has left the station, it's not stopping, you'll be left behind. Then, skills, capability. You need to build new skills. Your teams, your staff need new skills. And here I'm talking to businesses, I'm talking to media owners. and I'm talking to entrepreneurs as well. You need to build new skills. How do you do the things you do? Process. Process is so key. It's at the center of performance. You can have good people, well-trained. If you don't follow processes that are well laid out, you will not achieve the kind of performance that will make you survive. Insight. Global insight, local insight, even better. You need to know something about something. You need to know something deep about what you're doing and what your competitors are doing. So insight to be key. And you have to measure. You don't know whether you are there yet if you don't measure, right? So once you are measuring and tracking, you will know whether you have arrived at where you have to be. So we think that there are 5 foundations that must be laid for every organization to survive the shift that has taken place in our world. So typically, the workshop, and this is in the book, so it's not anything that you have to come to the workshop to see. It's in the book. So you would usually have the health check. So we'll define what is unhealthy and what is healthy for your organization. We do an assessment across all the 5 foundational pillars, and then determine the indicators that you should be looking out for, the areas, the key assessment areas that you have to look at in terms of audit of your organization. Then we look at how do you look at the organizations that are marketing organizations like yourself globally around technology capability process. To what extent is your current organization removing outdated legacy technology that can often perpetuate inefficiency? And then you answer the questions and score yourself and so on. Then you can also go on and talk about local, from global to local. How do you stack up? What does your organization stack up versus global? Because many a time we arrive very late. Some of the things I talk about here, and I've been talking since 2015, I've been doing consistently thought leadership. We've been launching books. Many a time I find out that people are looking at you like, okay, are you talking to me, or are you talking about what is happening in London? Or we arrive very late. But we cannot keep pace and catch up when there are 2 different worlds, where there's the other world and there is us, right? That's why the currency would expose us, because we are 2 different worlds. The other world is producing, we are consuming, right? Okay. So you do a health check. You just slide and be objective to yourself. And then once you do all that, you come out with a report. That can help you do the next things that you have to do. And then you make sure that you know why you are where you are, in order to know where you need to be, right? So just to let you know, it's real. We've prepared the workshop. We'll have cocoa breaks during the workshop. We'll have colorful lunch during the workshop. No plenty talk. I just want us to know that we need to move from just thought leadership to applying tech to the work we do and train ourselves to compete globally. Long story short, okay? Last year I got some feedback. I didn't stay after the presentation, but I got some feedback, and I thought I should double down on it. The feedback I got was that, okay, this is the school, this is Prof talking. And I think we need more of that feedback. People must get excited about learning and knowing more about what you do. Technically, when the pastor was talking, I mean, did you realize I was a pastor talking? He was teaching serious marketing and brand building. I mean, yeah, but he's still a pastor. And he's doing content. He hasn't been in that space more than some of us who are professionals in the industry. But there's a lot of learning and aggressive understanding of the space. That is why the excellence that is coming is coming. So we'll do a quick check of ourselves. I talked about the fact that organizations need to build capacity, but our people need to build capability. The first place for you to build capability that makes you excel is from the inside. So there's something in this book. We build an app based on the book. Chapter 4 of the book, actually. It's called A People-Shaped Future. That's chapter 4. And the app we build is called the Innate Strength Indicator. Now, if you have your phone, I think the fonts change. Go to shiftbyphd.com right now. Shiftbyphd.com. If you go to shiftbyphd.com, you actually scroll up and down. When you go down, you see a place where you are asked to take a quiz. So that quiz is just a sliding quiz, 10 questions. Take the quiz as quickly as you can. Fastest fingers first. And actually, after the quiz, you'll be profiled. And you will know your innate strengths across 6 key areas. The top 3 are probably the most important for most people. Based on that, you will belong to one of 6 key skill set areas from the perspective of your innate strength. So I give 1 more minute. For those who are at shiftbyphd.com, if you scroll down to take the quiz, if you finish taking the quiz, just read. There's a dashboard that will come once you finish and tells you about yourself. Once you are done, just let me know. Anyone done yet? So once you are done, let me know. You are done? Okay. Who is done? The Wi-Fi is not great. Okay, sorry about that. Or the connectivity in this area for data is not great. Okay. So what I'll do is that I have 3 books to give away. 3 shift books to give away. I'll leave it to the organizers to give a WhatsApp number that you can send a screenshot of your profile to. The first 3 people that will send it to that WhatsApp number would win the 3 books that are at stake. Thank you very much.
Thank you. But please don't go yet. There's a little presentation for you. So I'll call the rep from Caveman and Raymond. Where's Ray? Please find me Ray. There's a special presentation for Bright, for all his support for AFRIMASS. Yes, he's pleasantly surprised. No. Okay, Ray's on his way here.
My apologies. Thank you. So this is not known to Mr. Bright Lejepo, and not to any of his assistants knows about what we are doing today. But it's just an honor to have him as a mentor. In my journey in Accra, I'm just trying to find my way and better myself. And so way back at Asamankese, I was part of the ICGC media team and listening to Dr. Maisel Tabel on Radio Gold many times and pondering on the thoughts and finding inspiration. I decided to make a journey to visit Alta Media, the production company for The Living Word, and see if I can work with them and be the salesperson within the Asamankese branch of ICGC. But there was a thought that came to mind that I won't sell to the church, but the various businesses that are in our community, I'll go to them with the living word and share with them, because many years ago we didn't have access to all the digital platform. And so when I came to Sunday service, I walk up to him, somebody introduced me, and I walk up to him. He opened up and actually gave me a credit business, which they never do because of how people default payment. And that actually created a relationship. And since then, and fast forward, I never knew that I'll come through Joy FM as a salesperson, prospecting around Osu. Found a new agency called the Media Rich. Introduced myself to the receptionist, sat down for almost an hour trying to find somebody to talk to if I can be the account person. And back and forth, I managed to handle the account. Fast forward, PhD also came. I had an opportunity to work with PhD. And I see this as a big inspiration, that from where I was coming from, somebody can open a door for me and give me an opportunity to be mentored. And it's very, very, very difficult to work with agency executives, And so for me, the lesson was like what we normally talk about industry people. Oh, Mr. Bright is difficult. He's difficult to deal with. And the person being difficult means that you don't know him. So even handling PhD as an account, I have to learn about the PhD account, learn about the people, study who is the lead, and get to understand how the brand works. Even when I moved out to work with other media houses, came back at Joy FM, served 3 years with sales, the sales department for my Joy Online. I still had the opportunity to work with PhD as the account holder for the MTN account. And so today is just an honor with the journey we've started with AFRIMASS. Day one, he gave us the inspiration, gave us the thoughts, gave us the insight, what we need to do. And so if we are 4 years today, it is by his inspiration, his guidance, his behind the scenes that people don't know, to say, listen, you are doing well, keep doing this way. And even preparing for this year's program, just in thoughts of maybe postponing, because we're trying to find money to be able to organize it. And then a call came from him. And I realized it was a divine call to just urge me and say, listen, these are the things that you need to do going forward. And I'm so privileged, so much blessed to have you as a mentor, and the doors you've opened to me in phone call, in-person directions. We just mentioned to Caveman that we want to honor one of our pillars, one of our pioneers, who actually started AFRIMASS with us, and they didn't hesitate. They said, we will gladly come on board and support the initiative. So today we have the Caveman team honoring us with a customized design watch to Mr. Bright Legipo. We are grateful. Before I hand the mic over to George, I also want to take this opportunity to say a big thank you to Reverend Abed Okran. In the same journey, Reverend Abed Okran gave me an opportunity to sell his books. And that was also a journey for me to learn the salesmanship. And so I'm also grateful, sir, for the opportunity. Fast forward, I have an opportunity to manage his account at Joy FM. And I've learned so much from him. And behind the scenes, I listen to Springboard, and I take a lot of inspiration from what we are doing today. And so, sir, I'm privileged. Thank you so much.
distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is George Asari Edu. I'm the sales and marketing manager of Caveman Watches. When you think of infusion and craftsmanship and style, think of Caveman Watches. We at Caveman Watches pride ourselves in the making of generational time-telling devices that are accepted globally. So from the speeches that were made, one thing that I took out, and that is one thing that Caveman will be working towards or driving at, is to train ourselves to become globally, to go global and become globally accepted. So today is a privilege for Caveman to come on board and support this event. The main aim of we coming on board is basically about value alignment, which one of the speakers mentioned. So we believe that based on our values, it is something that is important to support anything that deals with sales and also media. Because in the long run, there will come a point where most of the things that customers do get will do it from the comfort of their homes. And in order to achieve or attain this, it's important to look at sales and media as well. So, just as I said, I'm privileged to be here, and I would like to urge you all to try and get a Caveman watch. I heard one person who came to stand here and said that his watch wasn't working, and just looking at mine is working. So, when it comes to quality, please trust Caveman. And just check out our social media handles, Caveman Watches. Place an order, and wherever you are, we'll deliver the watches to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, one other reason you should buy Caveman because it's Ghanaian owned. Well, he's my friend too, so buy from him. Yeah, Tony is a friend. We both attended IPS, and it's refreshing to see a brand grow. He didn't start making watch by himself. He started buying and selling. He was moving from door to door, car mall, car park, and today he's doing good. And because we're in a media sales meeting, he's actually using the traditional and the new media, making his sales and plugging himself, doing door to door, so plugging himself to make all the sales that he can and being known everywhere. Our media partners for this year's AFRIMASS, Joy FM, we are grateful, Joy Business, 3 Music, 1 Play Africa, Joy Prime, yen.com.gh, Joy News, GNA, Plus FM, PrimeNewsGhana.com, Media General, KobicheNews.com, NorthernReports.com, AmialDebra.com, AFRIMASS.com, Global Media Alliance, EIB, Hyper Media Africa. Thank you so much for your support. The next person coming to tell us what they do, you know, it's sometimes you go on your sales rounds and, oh, you know, I have this program on radio. Can you sponsor? What is your audience share? How many people are listening to you? Yeah, so Survey 54 Africa is going to tell us what they do there and how they can help all of us with our audience shares, with the kind of surveys that they do. So Survey Africa, Survey 54
TV or radio media station, now you can track and manage audience measurement data and get real-time insights into leverage deep insights to know your station's performance and rating over a given period. Personalized content that will interest each age group. Get insights into your competitors' listenership. Understand the gender demography of your TV or radio audience. Discover when your audience is most active over a 24-hour period. Know which station is carrying out a media campaign with transparent insight. Stop leaving money on the table and get the most out of your station's reach. Start your 1-month free trial today. To learn more about real-time consumer data in Africa, simply visit www.survey54.com today.
Hello, distinguished guests. My name is Timothy Afranibu Asari. I'm a product manager at Survey 54, and I'm very honored to be speaking to you today. Where's the presentation? Okay. So, I'm just waiting for the slide.
Are you a TV or radio media station? Now you can track and manage audience measurement data and get real-time insights into leverage deep insights to know your station's performance and rating over a given period. Personalized content that will interest each age group. Get insights into your competitors' listenership. Understand the gender demography of your TV or radio audience. Discover when your audience is most active over a 24-hour period. Know which station is carrying out a media campaign with transparent insight. Stop leaving money on the table and get the most out of your station's reach. Start your 1-month free trial today. To learn more about real-time consumer data in Africa, simply visit www.survey54.com today.
Okay, so I think we have the slides now. Sorry for the delay. So Survey 54, please can we go to the next slide? So we are a consumer intelligence platform, a technology company that uses a lot of AI and tech to help you know a lot about consumer data. So our focus is on Africa, and next slide, please. Our focus is on Africa, and we have over 500,000 panel of audience and respondents across the African continent. This is the next slide. And these are some of the companies that we work with, Kellogg, Uber, Ogavi, and a lot of other agencies and companies that we are very privileged to work with. Can we go to the next slide, please? And in terms of how we collect data and how we analyze data that we give to these amazing customers, we have a number of channels and ways that we do that. So we use SMS, USSD, we use WhatsApp, IVRs and voice automation, as well as mobile and then web applications to do this. Next slide, please. So in terms of presence and coverage, we are currently present in over 30 countries in Africa. As of last year, we were present in 10 countries. The next year, we are looking to do all 54 countries in Africa. Next slide, please. So we've been doing a lot of research for some time now, and then our latest research that I'd like to speak about briefly is the Ghana Advertising Behavior Insight, which is available on our website, and also will be sent to you shortly after this event. Today, I know one of the key things for us in this room, being media people, people working in the ad industry, one thing that's very important to us is knowing where to place our ad, where to advertise it, and know if we are getting good return on investment when we do advertise. Next slide, please. So today I want to talk to you briefly about our audience measurements for radio and TV that Survey 54 provides. So our audience measurement product allows you to do a lot of things, a number actually. So the first thing is that we help you understand your market share, whether you're a radio, TV, or any brand that's looking to advertise on radio and TV. We help you know what your market share is. And then, of course, you can drill down into any demography. So it could be age, gender, the rural, urban, the settlement, specific income groups. You want to target specific demographics. Our audience measurement product allows you to do that. As well as, of course, you get this data in real time. It's not data that's post-dated and then you go and look at it. You get it when it's happening via dashboard. Next slide, please. So in terms of sampling, we sample about 500 to 1,000 respondents daily. This respondent take these surveys multiple times in a day, which gives us unrivaled collection rate, recall rate is also really high because everything that you get is real time. Unlike other platforms that collect this data over time and they give it to you per quarter. So you get this data when it's happening and then you see it for yourself, not just what we are telling you. In terms of demographics, we cover like region, gender, income, race, employment, education. Let's say, let me give you a case study. Let's say you are a brand that wants to target parents. So we have respondents and then a panel of people, which is about 500,000 across Africa. This panel of people tell you their marital status, whether they are married, they are single, if they have kids. So our platform allows you to target these people and you know where to place your ad so that you can get very good value for your money. That's something that we can promise you. Let's go to the next slide, please. So this is what the platform looks like. And I think the video that we saw sort of explained it a bit. So like I said earlier, we are able to give you a lot of demographics. You can see a lot of things and then compare any number of stations that you want to compare. Not just stations, but also brands and then specific audience segments. So it helps you to do a lot of things. Let's go to the next slide, please. The other thing that comes with audience measurement is that you are not only concerned about knowing where to place your ad, but let's say you place your ad, you also want to know if your ad was played and then it was, I mean, the sort of value that you're expecting to get, you had it, right? That's the other thing that's very important. So that's media monitoring. And our Ad Intel product, which is advertising intelligence platform, allows you to measure all these things and then monitor your commercials that are playing in real time. Let's do the next slide, please. So if you work in advertising, one of the biggest pain points for you, I know, is the fact that you want to know if your ad was played. You don't want to be tuning into the radio and TV stations manually to know if your ad is being played, and then you actually put it down and all that, and then not being exactly sure if your ad was played. That's what our Ad Intel does. Let's do the next slide, please. So to solve that solution, the next slide again, sorry. We provide the ad or commercial monitoring platform, which is similar to the audience measurement platform. But what audience measurement does is that it helps you to measure audience distribution for radio and TV so that you know where to place your ad. What Ad Intel commercial and media monitoring does is that it helps you to know if your ad was played. So, for example, it can tell you the length for which your ad was played for. Was it played for full 30 seconds? Was it played for the 60 seconds that you were supposed to get? Did it play from the start? Did it play from the beginning? So you can consider our Ad Intel like Shazam for radio or TV. So we let you know when your ad is played, exactly when it was played, the number of times it was played, and any number of stations that it was played on, and a lot more. Let's do the next slide, please. So we help you get this data also in real time. So once you have access to our dashboard, when your ad is playing, you can monitor and then you can tell. And whenever it's played, you see it in real time. You can check the exact time, duration that it was played, and then that also helps you to peg it to the kind of respondent and the audience that are likely to resonate with your ad. And our goal is that we want to help you make and get more value for your money from any ad that you want to play. The next slide, please. That is all for now. In terms of our dashboard, what we offer also is that a self-serve dashboard where you see it yourself. We don't have to send you the report at the end of the day, but you have access to the dashboard. You can see it in real time. You can see it any number of times that you want to view it. You can invite up to 5 members in your company or more if you have a need for that. And then all these people can do what they want to do with their data. You can actually download the raw data or even visualize the data in a presentation mode. And you don't really need any training. And there's no training necessary. However, if you do require it, we are very happy to do that. Our platform is very straightforward and seamless to understand. Let's do the next slide. Thank you. And I'm very happy to take any questions that you may have. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Survey 54. I remember in 2007, I think about June, thereabout, I had an internship with Radio Max in Takoradi. and my work was a manual TC. So I sat at a desk. Kwame Edumati gave me that job. I sat at a desk, and when the ads play, I write. I write exactly what time was played, how long it was played. And that was a tedious work. So I'm glad that many years down the line, there are agencies that do all these survey and monitoring as well. Because when you're not compliant, the ad agency will take you out. So when I go to Visium, I won't remember the name, for instance, so like, if you're not compliant, we're taking the ad from you, and they will take it away from you. So thank you so much, Survey 54. Our next person, I'm very excited to see him today. I've heard of him so many times. I've been to his office so many times. I have never seen him before. Yes, I have never seen him before. So I'm looking at him very well. Andrew is a media and marketing communications expert with over 18 years experience. He has worked on several blue-chip brands, managed operations in West Central and Southern African countries, and has carved a niche as a thought leader in the marketing, media, and advertising space. In his current role as CEO of Dentu Ghana, in which he has acted for 7 years, Andrew's sterling leadership and acumen has engineered growth in both scale and size. I beg your pardon. Doubling growth and creating new service lines of the business to encompass both media and creative offerings. His proven ability to foster and nurture relationships with both clients and media partners has accentuated several mutual successes, winning him many awards over the years, including Best Media Agency of the Year 2018 from Marketing World Awards, Best Agency of the Year 2014 from Super Brands Ghana, as well as 20 Under 40 Business Influencer in Ghana 2017 by Business World magazine. Andrew is passionate about people development. He is an avid sports person and married with 4 kids whom he spends time nurturing to believe in Africa. Now, that's great. So Andrew is going to talk to us on ad agency perspective in shifts media consumption. And this presentation is powered by Dentu Ghana. Please help me welcome Andrew.
Thank you very much. Now you see me. I think we've been sitting for long, so can we all just get up and shake our body a bit, get the blood flowing again before we continue with this. So if you can just, stretch up a bit. If you can touch your toes, do that. But watch your environment first. Okay, now we can sit. Thank you very much, AFRIMASS. I think that previous speakers have spoken a lot about some of the things I'm going to talk about. So I have just 20 slides. I'm not going to be belaboring a lot of the slides. But I'm just hoping that at the end of the 20 slides, we get a short perspective on how consumers are behaving because of the shift that's happening. First, so four key areas. We watch a video that talks about the evolution of media. We take a snapshot of our media landscape in Ghana, and we look at the critical point that is shifting consumer behavior with media, and then we look at what businesses can do. And businesses, I mean both clients and vendors. So let's watch this quick video. Okay, so as you can see, media also develops with societal development. So as you see industrial revolution, you see the information revolution and all of that, so does media do that. But at the center of this is technology. Anytime there's improvement in technology, you see that media also shifts. As we're sitting here, I'm sure that we all have different wants, right? Some people want more, some people want less, right? Some people want everything, some people want nothing. And I'm sure those who are dead even want to see what is behind that death. Because human beings, we are quite insatiable. We want a lot, and we are very complex. And so our behavior and what we do is also quite complex. And because of that, technology empowers us to do a lot more. So you have the demand side and the supply side. So if I want to do something, I want ease, I want speed, I want all the things that will make things easier and cheaper for me. And so there are business people who also think and sit and look at your needs and develop technology to do that. So with the increase in technology, with development of humanity, consumers also become powerful at using technology to make their choices. Let's go to the next slide. So, slide is not looking good. But this was a slide that was showing the development of radio and listening devices. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened to it. It's not there. But if you get the slides later, it would actually show you when gramophone started, when cassette players started, when we got the first radio station, when we got the first iPod and iPhone and all of that till now, where you have streaming services in Spotify and co. So it shows you that with development of technology, things change and media consumption also changes. So let's have a quick look at a quick snap. I don't know why my slides are looking funny. The text looks funny. Okay, so just a quick snapshot of the media landscape in Ghana. So we are very heavily traditional based. A lot of us still consume traditional media, so television, radio, press, out of home. But the key thing, which I'll show in the coming slide, is that digital has actually grown over the past years. And if you watched Cecil's previous his presentation, you will see that from 2019 till now, digital has actually, consumption has grown 17 to 20%. But this is the linear type of consumption that used to happen in the past. Now, with development of technology, it becomes not linear, but it becomes an ecosystem. So I'll show an example of, okay, so this is social media usage, that 20% growth. So if you look at it, you find an average person in Ghana spending 4 hours on social media. You also realize that apart from TikTok, which is still growing, about 50% of all social media users actually spend their time on 5 different social media platforms. This is very significant. And in the previous slide, you see how this is also changing the media shift in Ghana. And 18 to 34, of course, the youth are picking up this because now they're becoming curators of content themselves in Ghana. There are a lot of data that has been bandied around since COVID, but the critical outtake is that since COVID, because we're spending a lot of time at home and we're spending a lot of time connecting to people to find out how people are doing and to make sure that we stay relevant to ourselves and to our modern society, you see that screen time has increased. So a lot of people are still watching television, spending a lot more time on video on demand. Your Netflix subscription is increasing. Video on demand, again, on advertised platforms like YouTube has also increased. It also liberalized the way we had access to goods. So your brick-and-mortar store now became your store on your phone through Jumia and Glovo and the rest. And because of, again, democratization of the payment system through your telcos and other payment platforms, make it very easy for you to sit at home and order an apparel or order anything at all and still have the same service which you would have done pre-COVID. Again, we also realized that, boredom also made people become creative. So with that, people started creating their own their own content. And out of that, they gained followers and they're actually making commercial gains out of it. But what it also did was that it made anyone and everyone at all become your own king and your own queen. You became your own production house. You became your own editor. You became your own scripter. And you actually produce content. And you can see a lot of brands actually chasing some of these influencers to help them extend, their brand to their target. Again, we also saw a massive increase in music streaming platforms like your Boomplay and your Spotify and all of that. So this has been the shift post-COVID, and this is not going to go anytime soon. We still seeing a deepening of consumption in these. So what are the key shifts with technology in the hands of consumers? What are the key shifts that we're seeing in the consumer behavior? So with a phone, consumers can actually search for their goods, through Google or YouTube or whichever platform you want. They can also ask questions. They can question your brand, your goods. They want to know a lot more things about products. They can shop online. And they can actually, they feel like, they need to move out of their house. They can actually go to Google Maps and actually drive to your shop and buy goods and services. They are more connected now because they're also connected not just to brands and businesses. They are connected to people through social media. So this is very important. The consumer has the power, and that power is in his hands, and he can make changes. What this means is that the consumer touch point has become very complex. It is not linear anymore. So if you want to target this consumer, you need to have a very complex way of simplifying and understanding their touch point and their footprints throughout the entire journey to be able to reach them and communicate to them. Again, of course, I made that statement. The consumer is not just limited to one device. They have multiple devices that they're working with. So you wake up in the morning, you get on your phone, you go for a walk, you want to check your heartbeat, you want to make sure your health is good. There's something which is connected to your phone, which is connected to yourself, which is connected to all other things. Your pad is there, your TV is there. We have smartphones that, people watch, not just normal traditional TV and pay TV, but other apps that they can also interact with. All these devices are connected, right? So again, this shows the deepening, the complexity of trying to, target a consumer, which means that we need to have a shift in thought on how we are going to reach the consumer, all powered, by data, So 90%, that's what the data says, of consumers have more than one device to accomplish a single task. So I want to buy something, I start at my office, I check the goods out, I sit in my car, in an Uber going home, I check on my phone, I get home, should I buy, should I not buy? Okay, let me check Instagram if it's working. So the purchasing decision is not linear. So the first shift is that we don't have to think linear going forward when we want to target consumers. And the consumer also has expectations. Now, if you have the power, you want to dictate to brands and to companies what you want. And I think that consumers are much more powerful now to demand certain things from brands. And so we need to take these expectations very seriously if we want to grow brand love for them. So they want more for less, obviously. I want all the apps that you have for free. I don't want just 1 month free subscription. I want 1 year free subscription. Why? Because the next developer, wants to give me that, right? So they want more for less. They also want personalized stuff. They don't want to feel like, I'm part of everyone, talking to everyone. I want you to talk to me because I think I'm important. So in our communication and all of that, we need to design it to have a personalized touch, to consumers. Of course, everyone wants free, right? So they want free everything. You can't throw that, away. You have to pay attention to what truly they need and what you can do to add value to the consumer's life. They want to be relevant. of course, so you need to pay attention to them. And that is why businesses are building a lot of chatbots, just to, of course, with an AI inbuilt so that you can still have an interaction with consumer. Like I said, we're insatiable. So we want everything. We want all the attention in the world, and we think that businesses should pay attention to that. We want new experiences end to end. I don't just want you to give me an app. I want to come to a show that you were there. I want to wear something different. I want to feel different, right? Because again, I'm expecting quite a bit from you. So consumers are expecting end-to-end experience. So it is up to businesses to begin to see ways that they can innovate to bring this experience to consumers. Sometimes it's not just about business. Consumers are also quite globally oriented now. So they are actually calling brands to be a force for good. You need to help the people in your community. You need to take care of the environment. So they want a greener world. We need to reduce our carbon footprint. If you look at most global businesses, you've signed out to the UN charter to reduce all of these. And early studies have shown that there are businesses that have grown 10-15% because they're using biodegradable inputs in their production, and consumers are actually purchasing that. Of course, everyone needs a little bit of love, right? So, I mean, this is quite, just a few, but quite interesting to know that the power that the consumer has is so important that businesses need to take cognizance of that. So what should businesses do, right? I have just three quick steps on what businesses should do to be able to meet this shift. Before that, I want to state the phrase of why do we communicate, right? Both from the client agency side and also from the vendor side. We communicate, we want to communicate to the right people, meaning that we need to find the right target, who they are. We want to communicate to the right number of people. So we want to reach a lot of people with the least money, with the right vehicles to get to them. The number of times that we want to reach them. All these are principles in media planning. And also at the right price. So all of these things are the checklist that we use when we are communicating. So how does this affect us in our planning going forward? Businesses should begin to invest in data. And I'm happy that the previous speaker was talking about it. We need to invest in data. It is very difficult from our part of the world to find credible data or businesses that are investing in data. Brad talked about a lot of data points that are available. There are thousands of it. As you're sitting there, you have about 1,000 data points on you that you are not aware. But all of this is being hosted on someone's server, right? So businesses need to begin to invest in tools that you can use this data for. What do we use data for? For insight that helps us to unlock the kind of growth that we want in our business through a very formidable strategy. So businesses need to change or invest in their tools and the data so that they can harness these insights to build good strategy, to grow in the future. And the second is that we need to, I'm sure, the professionals, media professionals will agree that, single channel planning is dead and gone, right? And it's also for both vendors to understand that you can't operate in a single channel anymore. It's not good enough to say I have TV, I have radio. It's not good enough. If you look at the touch point from the consumer point of view, you need to divest, you need to change your mindset, because the consumer is not only living on TV and radio, he is everywhere. And they're just not looking for news and information, they're looking for experiences and entertainment. So businesses need to shift their minds, vendors need to shift their minds, because consumers have high expectation of what they want, and businesses also need to take this into cognizance. So in our planning process, you need to be thinking omni-channel marketing, where you look at the data source that you can get from CXM, which is customer experience, and your first-party data that you're going to get, your second-party, your third-party data that you're going to get from any of the big techs, to be able to harness all of this to plan. Because at every point in time of the consumer's journey, they want to have that interaction with the brand, and you need to have your tools ready, to meet them at that. And the third, there are a lot of tools like Salesforce that can help you to plan these omni-channels. And the last is that if you want to be it's time for businesses to show genuine concern, right, about their own people, right? So it's not about how much profit we are making again. Businesses should really think about how their brands and their services can change society, right? So you can start little from things that can improve, your customers, but actually look for that true need that would help them to feel loved, to feel better, to know that they're living in a world that cares for them. And also, it's interesting that, you find businesses that actually produce plastic, that organizes people to go and collect plastic at the beaches. It's quite interesting, but we see it all the time. But there has to be that genuine concern. I don't know how long it's going to take for technology to, again, come up with, biodegradable inputs that can help us to halt plastic production. This is hurting our seas. It is hurting our urban planning. And businesses are being silent on it, unfortunately, right? But consumers, we are very quiet here, but the other places that they are holding brands accountable to be responsible for how this environment is being treated. And I think that if part of your business strategy now is to make sure that you are working towards a point where you can actually change this production behavior, it helps to start building the initial love for your customers, and you can have a lifetime relationship with them. So, 3 key things that businesses and vendors should do. That brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. There was Andrew Aka. He's the head at Dentsu Media. So my boss and my father, Nicodemusly, came in and sat down. But once I've seen him, I would have to talk about him. So Mr. Kwame Dumante is here. Focus One Group CEO. Yes, the way he's looking at me, he's my boss. So once he comes in, I would have to talk about him. Then we'll move on. It's also a good place for us to acknowledge supports that we have had from these sponsors. Easy Tag Technologies, Equity Health Insurance, Empowerment Worship Center, Think Media Experts, Rich Marketing, BTL Africa, Vipsocio.com, InFocus BCW, One Media Africa, S2A Consults, Abi Forum Network, Beautiful Beneath, Aegis Healthcare, Sunix Pro, Ultiface Communications, GH Media School, Shelter Mats Properties, Peroni Skin and Beauty Products, Food One, Cake Element, Brand Trends, Vena Mineral Water. Please, a minute. Oh, don't laugh at me. Okay, so Text Ghana, are you here? Text Ghana, service overview from Text Ghana. Oh, technology can do that sometimes.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Andrew, it's an absolute pleasure to see you again and to speak after you. I'm not a guest speaker. I'm just here to share why Text Ghana decided to join the list of stakeholders for AFRIMASS. We found the theme, by the way, I'm Francis. We found the theme for this year's summit really inspiring because it really speaks very much to the stage that we are in as an organization, as Text Ghana. This shift in media consumption and the rethink that is needed. We are primarily a mobile media company, so we are a media company. For those of you who do not know, we operate in the mobile VAS space, so SMS, voice, over the last decade and a half. We work with all the MNOs. Does it work? Will it work? Yeah. Okay. So, for the last decade and a half, working with all the mobile telecommunications companies in this country. Also having, expanded beyond Ghana's borders, so we've worked in another 10 or so African countries. So therefore, one thing we are very good at is data. So I'm glad you picked up on, the fact that organizations have to invest in data, and it's the core of what I want to share with you guys today. So I'll skip all of this and go straight to the meat of it. Yeah. So at Test Ghana, these are our strategic pillars. Yeah. What we are good at is audience acquisition and content distribution. We have B2B solutions that allow us to do that, and we also have a number of B2C platforms that allow us to do that. Now, on the B2B side, we have Text Connect, which has been our flagship product for a very long time. It's really our bulk SMS, platform, but also voice distribution, so IVR and whatnot. Then we have Altcoms. Altcoms is really about notifications. So when you've done a recharge or you've basically had a call, and at the end of the call, the message that you get that comes like a USSD message, being able to use such channels as well to distribute content, serve ads as well. And just like our friends in Survey 54 that understand the power of having a platform that allows us to run surveys and do all kinds of research, we are also venturing into that space, building a platform, similar platform. Competition is good. We'll give you a good run for your money. So that's what we do on the B2B side. So essentially, this means that these are platforms that advertisers can take advantage of. So you come to us, and then we help you to reach audiences with whatever message you want to reach to. And we have our own platforms. So Info Services is a subscription-based SMS newsletter based on keywords. So people subscribe for this content, and then we create this content and we serve it to them, including things around jobs, job vacancies and stuff like that. Based out of these keywords and these interest points that we've been serving content to for years, we've started to build, web platforms that is allowing us to serve even richer content to these audiences. So meal plans and recipes is one of them. HB is Hustle Builder, a very interesting initiative, really pushing content around entrepreneurship and, linking up with successful entrepreneurs in various industries that, basically bring their talents, their experience, their expertise to help the younger, new entrepreneurs, potential entrepreneurs to come into the market. So we've taken that lead to basically provide these platforms that businesses can plug in, and then we can also distribute content. At the core of that is all the data that we acquire from audiences. All of us here, the reason this summit is of interest is the fact that the work that we do is connect brands or businesses with their audiences. So within that ecosystem, we work together, agencies, the advertisers themselves, the media houses and all of that, primarily to help advertisers reach their audiences. And we know that in the day and age that we are in, fundamentally, the quality of your data, the audience data that you have, is what is going to guarantee that advertising effectiveness that Mr. Lajemko spoke about. Yeah? So we are building very robust data management systems over all these years of millions and millions of mobile numbers that we work with, building audiences, profiling them, allowing brands to be able to do stronger segmentation, micro-segmentation to serve ads to them. What it means is that we are evolving into an advertising technology company. Because within the advertising technology ecosystem, again, between your publisher and your advertiser, your supply side providers, your demand side providers, your ad exchange system, But none of this makes sense if you don't have a data management system. So we've taken it upon ourselves to build a very robust data management system that will allow us to work with various people in this room and outside of this room to deliver fantastic advertising effectiveness and efficiency to our audiences. So our pitch today is the fact that we will walk this journey with everyone that's here. We all have a responsibility to take advertising to the next level in this country, to leverage the shift that is happening in a profitable way for all of us. We are all in business, and to ensure that we delight audiences. That's what Test Ghana is about. Thank you.
Thank you, Tex Ghana. We move on quickly. My next guest is So I've just been told that there are 3 books that Bright is giving out. One is gone. We are waiting for the other 2. So go to shiftbyphd.com and take the quiz. Have your screenshots. I would give out a number, then you can send it there. So there are 2 more books for grab. The number. Oh, so it means that you've done the test. Hey, okay, let me look for the number. Okay, 055 420 8580. 055 420 8580. So take a screenshot, send it there, and have your book. Okay, that's great. Please, just one person so that I can win the other book. They weren't asking. Okay, so Joseph Edward Mensah is the head of the Clients and Industries Department at Deloitte Ghana. He oversees all marketing activities such as business development, brand eminence, and maximizing client service experience here in Ghana. He's also responsible for leading Ghana's key industry programs, as well as overseeing the implementation of Deloitte's world-class and world climate initiatives in Ghana. Joseph represents Ghana on the Deloitte Africa Technology, Media, and Telecommunications Industry Group. He has been instrumental in the building of Deloitte TMT industry eminence in Ghana. Joseph has over a decade of professional experience working for multinational companies in the mining, insurance, education, and professional services industries. He has an excellent interpersonal and client service skills, including experience working with and presenting to leadership teams. He is a frequent writer and public speaker on personal branding and the 4th Industry Revolution, and was a guest speaker at the Deloitte Africa Vibe program in June 2022. He is an associate member of the Chartered Institute of Marketing, CIM UK, and holds an MBA in Business Administration from GIMPA. He also possesses a diploma in digital marketing from the Digital Marketing Institute, Ireland. In 2021, Joseph was appointed as the Deloitte Africa Brand Ambassador and won the Deloitte Africa Impact Award for collaborating for measurable impact across the continent. He currently serves on the Deloitte Africa Next Gen Advisory Council as a representative for Ghana. So Joseph is going to take us through 2022 digital media trends. Please help me welcome Joseph Edward Mensah.
Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you very much, yeah. And a very good afternoon to everyone here. I bring you greetings from Deloitte Ghana. This year we are 75 years. A lot of people think, usually when I tell people I work with Deloitte, they have this very funny face as to what you guys do. And when I tell them, they say, oh, Dettol, I know Dettol. But we are not Dettol, we are Deloitte. So whilst I was listening to the previous speakers, I was just thinking to myself, I wish I had come before them, because they pretty much said everything I'm going to talk about. But you all would, sorry, can you help me? You all will testify to the fact that the introduction of the internet in the 90s has introduced some really, really interesting communication channel, which includes the digital media channels. So, okay, great. So digital media channels. So basically, my role, can you please go to the previous slide? This way. Oh, right, okay. Can you go to the previous slide, please? Thank you. So the introduction of internet in the 90s has introduced some really interesting communication channels, and this includes the digital media. And I don't want to assume that everybody knows what digital media is, so I'll just glance through what a digital media is. Basically, it's the media which can be processed, analyzed, stored, and distributed by electronic machines. So we have different types of digital media, and they are all around us today. We have the likes of TV, radio, websites, social media, blogs, mobile apps, podcasts. And these are the very common digital media that is present in our current day. So we have the gaming, live streaming, social media, text, music, podcast, and video. But this presentation is based on a research that Deloitte has done. And I belong to the TMT group. And what we do is we try to analyze what the trends are within the technology, media, and telecommunication industry. But this specific one is for the media trends. And this is done by the TMT practice in Deloitte. And it's a global report which captures everybody, because now you all can testify to the fact that somebody will be eating a bat in China, and before you realize, we are all affected. So even though it's a global report, we all have to acknowledge the fact that we are all in a global village, and whatever happens overseas happens to us as well. The objective is to give insight to practitioners within the industry to know how to handle change, because change is coming so fast. And we interviewed about 6,000 people around the world, from the Brazil to US to Germany, around the world, basically getting their input on these trends. But we cannot talk about these trends without looking at the people that we spoke to. And the people we spoke to cut across all generations. And I'm sure we have all different types of generations in this room. So we have the Gen Zs, and Gen Zs are currently trending. There are so many stories about Gen Zs, and I'm sure you also have your experience with Gen Zs, especially working with them. And Gen Zs are usually people from 14 to 25 years. We have the millennials. I am a millennial, proud millennial. Initially, the workforce thought millennials were troublesome until Gen Zs were introduced. So I'm proud to be a millennial. And then we have the Generation X, those who are 40 to 56, and the baby boomers, and then the matures. So the research covered all these generations and how their consumer preference or consumer behavior is with regards to digital media. So I'll go straight into business. The first trend is that there's a transition to on-demand content. And I have a little boy at home. He's about 18 months. And he hates cable TV. When I put it on Cartoon Network, he hates it. He wants YouTube so that he has control over it. He wants to skip the ads. So he can't speak, but he always brings me the remote to skip it or change the content for him. So there's a huge trend with regards to on-demand content. And personally, because of my work life, I work late into the night, I wake up in the morning, and I miss the newspaper review on various radio stations. And guess where I get it from? From Twitter Space, or go to their website. So there's a change in how people are consuming media. People want the media when it's convenient to them, and not based on the schedule of the media houses. And there are three factors causing this demand. First of all, mobile phones there's been an increase in mobile phones. If you look at what's currently happening, if you type and search for the most valuable company in the world, you get Apple. And Apple, 50% of Apple's revenue is coming from mobile phones. In Ghana, there are more mobile phones than the people in Ghana. So per research, we have about 40 million mobile phones in Ghana, but our population is around 30 million. So what that means is that people are consuming a lot of digital media. So we have to also be aware that this is the trend. The other thing is that in the past, accessing audio and video were different. We had just maybe one source, maybe YouTube. But now, there are a plethora of channels to access video content. And that is also driving the increase in digital media. Another thing is that now marketing budget has changed drastically. Now people are moving, a lot of marketing agencies are moving, or even marketing departments like myself, we are moving away from traditional media and investing a lot into advertising on digital media. Now we conducted an interview with about 6,000 people, and then we asked them, what is the change of amount in time spent on online entertainment? And over 48% of them said that they are spending more time now than 6 months ago. And 46% said they are spending the same amount of time. So what that means is that people are really consuming digital media. The second trend is that consumers want more SVOD content and pricing options. Let me see by show of hands those who know what an SVOD is. An SVOD, great. So this is why I come in, because I'm here to provide insight. So now consumers want more SVOD content. Now, with regards to content, there are three approaches. We have what we call the SVOD. SVOD is basically subscription video on demand. So you subscribe and then you get access to the video. And then we have AVOD. AVOD is advertisement based on demand. And then we have TVOD. TVOD is transactional video on demand. So what we are used to watching, the likes of the Netflix, Iroko TV, Amazon Prime, all that is SVOD. We subscribe and then we get it. But consumers are saying that they want more options with regards to that. They don't just want to subscribe, but they want more pricing options as well. And now what is happening is that most of the media houses are also, the very big media houses are also investing so much resources into SVODs. And now consumers have their sport to choice because they have a lot of channels to get their content from. And what that means is that people are now getting fed up of just one SVOD. So the trend is that now people would rather cancel their subscription on maybe Netflix and subscribe to maybe Amazon Prime because of content. So we conducted another research and we asked people, how many of you have canceled your subscription within the past 6 months? And it came out that Gen Zs and millennials are the most people who have actually canceled their subscriptions within the past 6 months and subscribed to another one. So now people want more pricing options. So media houses and media agencies, or media houses basically, must provide SVOD options and give different prices for their consumers. And then we ask people, what are the top reasons why you subscribe to a streaming platform? And from the research that we did, we gathered that content is the most important thing why people subscribe. So if you're a media house here, you have to invest more into content. Because about 39% of them said that they actually subscribe because they want to watch new shows. And you can tell that cost is secondary. Cost is not the most important thing. Cost is secondary. So what it means is that if you invest more into your content, people would go for it. And I'm in Ghana and I subscribe to a news portal in the US called the Athletic Portal. Now, Athletic, I have to pay about £7 just to access content. And it's expensive. £7 is around 90 cedis now. It costs me so much, but I don't mind because I'm so addicted to the content that they serve over there. So people don't really think about cost, but they are more interested in the content. When you provide the content, you are going to get your subscribers easily. So focus on content, and you'll do so well. The third trend is addressable TV ads. Now, this sounds like futuristic, but it's currently happening around us. So what is addressable TV ads? Basically, these ads enable different TV ads to be shown on different households watching the same program. So you probably think, this is strange. How is that possible? But DSTV is doing the same thing. When you're watching DSTV, they are showing you ads that are relevant to Ghana. And that doesn't mean that the same ad is shown in maybe Eastern Africa or Southern Africa. So addressable TV ads is what is currently trending. And Deloitte is predicting that in this year, actually, out of $153 billion within the advertising industry, addressable TV ads is going to take about 5%, which is about 7.5 billion. So there's a lot of opportunities out there for media houses to engage or build technology that would have addressable TV ads. The fourth trend, which everybody can relate to, is that consumers are eating up more user-generated content. That is UGC, user-generated content. And I'll explain what user-generated content is. So now, we live in a TikTok world. During COVID, one of the things that made TikTok so popular was the fact that TikTok gave users the power to create. Before that, you had to go to school to get some skill set to be able to edit videos or embed music into a video and all that. But TikTok did that, and that made them really great. So now, people who are generating more user content are getting, or they're competing with media houses for the attention of the consumers now. So it has also become a time filler because, first of all, you just view the content within 30 seconds. It is personalized because of the algorithm that is involved in, and it makes it easier for everybody to access it. So that is very easy. Now, what is even frightening is that televisions like Samsung, LG, Android TVs are now having TikTok on their TVs. And what that means is that people are going to spend more time watching TikTok on TVs even rather than the regular TV programs or traditional radio programs. They're not going to listen to that anymore. So that is the trend, and we all have to, businesses must find a way of sending their content through these channels to appeal to the same audience that we are gradually shifting away. And then we asked the different generations that what are the percentage of consumers who agree to the following statements? We asked this statement: I always spend more time watching UGC online than I plan to. 50% agreed that they spend more time watching user-generated content than they plan to. Then we asked another statement: I spend more time watching user-generated content online now compared to 6 months ago. 46% agreed. And this is the most interesting one. I spend more time watching user-generated content than TV shows and movies on SVODs. Over 41% agreed. Out of that, 57% are Gen Zs. So media houses are really competing with user-generated content. The fifth trend is that influencers boost social commerce around the world. So we cannot take for granted the power of influencers. And if you look at, basically what happens is that influencers are now becoming so powerful that they're becoming sales enablers. Most user-generated content is fueled by the creator economy and influencers. And following influencers have, help people connect with communities. So if you like maybe someone like Shatawale, he has a whole community that people like have the same characteristics. So if you're a marketer, you are looking at various influencers and targeting their communities. The interesting thing is that influencers are now competing with media houses for advertisement. So there's a typical case in the US where somebody was doing a program and contacted Kylie Jenner, who's a very, very popular influencer, to just post an artwork on her social media page. And she charged $200,000 for that post. $200,000. Imagine if you had just gone to the regular media house to do your advertisement. So that money is now going to influencers rather than going to the media houses. And if you look at Kudu Sheldon in Ghana, very popular, he's gradually become an influencer. Because if you want all the millennials and Gen Zs, they're all listening to him. When he posts a video, within a first day, you have about 45,000 or 50,000 people reacting to his videos. And then we have Kabi Lim, who became popular due to TikTok. And all he does is generate content. He's gradually an influencer, and he's an ambassador for Hugo Boss by just doing his own content. So instead of Hugo Boss advertising to maybe CNN or other media houses, they rather pay him to advertise Because when he posts a video, within a space of 1 hour, he has about 1 million views. And he gets the message across. So this is the trend. Influencers are becoming very powerful, and we don't have to take them for granted. 8 in 10 people are following an influencer one way or the other, per the research that we did. And this includes the Gen Zs, millennials, and Gen X. The third trend is media is moving closer to the metaverse. I don't know if you are conversant to what is happening in the metaverse. Now, this is the future. So metaverse basically is, first of all, let me break it down. Meta is a Greek word, and the meaning of meta is beyond. And then the verse comes from universe. So metaverse is basically beyond the universe. Now, game experience is blending virtual and real world. If you see the kind of games that have been designed now, they are similar to real world. And that is where people are spending most of their time. So media houses are competing with the younger generation's attention basically on where they spend their time. And most of them are spending their time playing games. So game experience is blending the real world. Technology has advanced to enable greater immersion between the physical and digital systems. Businesses and economies now exist both in real life and online. There's something that is happening now. They are developing the metaverse, and they are selling parcels of land for as much as $3,000, a virtual land. And that's what is happening. The future is so funny to the extent that now Facebook is preparing for the future. So that's why they've changed their name from Facebook to Meta. So the Facebook group is now called Meta because they're preparing for the future. So you cannot sit in Ghana and think these things are far-fetched before you realize, you are way gone. And we are late. Usually we are late to react. So media and entertainment companies may need to collaborate more to create the future where they remain at the center. Because if they don't collaborate with technology, they are going to be left behind. So this is a very important trend that media houses must take note of. We asked young gamers a question of if they've ever attended a live game event. 77% said no, 23% said yes. Now what is happening is that even musicians, someone like Dr. Dre, currently released 6 of his tracks through games, Grand Theft Auto. There's a musician called Travis Scott. He did a concert, a virtual concert, in the metaverse. And he had about 12 million gamers in the metaverse. And he grossed about $20 million by just performing in the metaverse. He didn't pay for any logistics. He just performed in the metaverse, and he got $20 million. So instead of musicians even now coming to media houses and saying, you know what, I want you to telecast my show for me. Now they are doing it in the metaverse because that's where the people are. So we have to be updated with the trends or else we'll be left behind. What does the future look like? And for Deloitte, this is what we think. That addressable ads will be the future because it will cut down on waste. Marketers will now decide they want addressable ads because it's not targeting everybody, it's targeting specific people. So that is the future. And we are also predicting that there will be a huge decline in content or demand for TV content because people are going to spend their time a lot more on digital media. And the third one is that data analytics is a very key skill for media houses because they now have to acquire the data, interpret the data, help them draft a message that will suit their audience, and determine the channels that they will use, as well as gain insights on who is listening or who is watching their content. So this is a very important prediction of the future. We feel that the future is in 3 folds. Addressable TV ads, very important. Traditional media is going to decline drastically, and data analytics is an important skill. Now for me, in the integrated marketplace of the future, streamers, social media, media houses could see their business further disrupted. And this is not because of just Gen Z, but because of what is emerging, the infrastructure of Web 3.0. And Web 3.0 basically looks at merging the physical and the virtual. And if you are a media house and you're not getting ready for that, or you're not even thinking about that during your strategy, you will be found wanting. This brings me to the end of my presentation. But I want to leave you with a case study of Netflix, because I was talking about SVODs. Now, this is a Netflix story. In 2020, due to pandemic, Netflix had added about 36 million subscribers to their SVOD. 36 million subscribers. That's more than the population of Ghana. Now, in the same first quarter of that year, they added about 16 million. They grossed about $709 million profit. Fast forward, 2 years later, Netflix lost in the second quarter of 2022, this year, they lost about 1.5 million subscribers. The number is expected to increase more even in the third quarter, and it is costing them an amount of about 70 million market capital. What does this mean? What are some of the reasons for these figures? There was increased competition because media houses have now realized that people like Disney have realized that, hey, there's a lot of money in SVOD, so they're pumping more money into that. I'm hearing that Disney is even taking some of their content away from Netflix, and that's going to cost them or hurt them further. There's no attention to quality. The Ukraine and Russia war took away about 700,000 subscribers of Netflix because, you know, every company wanted to stay away from Russia. And Netflix did not develop a post-pandemic strategy. So what's my point? My point is, you might be, a practitioner within the industry. Things are going well for you. But if you are not following the trends, you will be found wanting when things change. Because gradually, things are changing day in, day out. And before you realize what works for you today will not be sufficient tomorrow. In 2014, they asked the Nokia CEO, when Microsoft was taking over them, a journalist asked him, so what did you do wrong? And he said that we didn't do anything wrong, but for some reason, we lost. So you might be sitting here, you're not doing anything wrong. But when the times changes, you'll be found wanting. Thank you very much.
Joseph, I'm sure you would have spoken all day if a lot of people have not said a lot of things you said, but that was quite insightful. Thank you so much. The next speaker, I believe pretty much everyone uses his product or service, and it's a privilege to have him here. Edwin Amoko is the Managing Director of Zoom Lion Private Services Limited. With more than 2 decades of business leadership experience in marketing, sales, communications, and general management, and exposure in West and Central African markets. Okay. A minute, please. I will come back. I can say Sanko for Oyenchi. So earlier I spoke of the books. We want to do the presentation, then we would move to the speakers. So we have the 3 winners. Please, are the numbers ready? No. And the books? Are you projecting the numbers? Or you mentioned them out? Okay. So 020-367-2068. If you're here, then 0244-195-947. 0242-537764. If you're not here, I'll move to the next person. All of them here? 1, 2, third person? Okay. Else I was going to another person. So who is 0203672068? 0244195947 64. Okay.
So good afternoon. From my boss, Mr. Bright, we took away the very first person because from Mr. Bright, she got to know earlier. And then per the network system, people also didn't know that there was a number for them to send. And so that is why people were still having the thing, but then they couldn't push it because there wasn't any number to send. And so when the number officially came out, the first 3 are the ones we see over here. And that is on purpose. That's why we didn't add the very first person that came in. So please, it was on purpose. So
So just for the public credibility of this, we would compensate that first person for their initiative to go and ask for the number by giving them a book at another forum where you can do that separately. Thank you.
This way of calling winners there, it can be akin to, thank you so much, right? It can be akin to sitting in church and your money will be mentioned. Yes, 50 Ghana. If you don't respond, wow. Okay, so I'm going to start the introduction again, else we lose track. So as I said earlier, Edwin Amwako is the managing director of Zoom Lion Private Services Limited, with more than 2 decades of business leadership experience in marketing, sales, communication, and general management, and exposure in West and Central African markets. Edwin has added value to multiple organizations. He started his career as a warehouse officer at Parry & Co. Limited and moved into marketing in the same company before joining Nestle Siwa Limited, that's Central and Western Africa. After some time, he ventured into telecoms, where he led the brand communication team that launched Surfline 4G LTE and returned to Nestle Ghana Limited. In 2018, Edwin joined Fan Milk as head marketing, where he built a complete marketing department and injected some vibrancy into the company's marketing efforts. His tenure produced several successful new products on the Ghanaian market. And in 2019, he was honored among 50 most influential CMOs in Ghana. In 2020, he won the coveted CIMG Marketing Practitioner of the Year award. In late 2020, Edwin was promoted to the role of commercial director at Fan Milk, where he is credited with many achievements, including reorganizing the sales team and establishing a modern route to markets that helped position the organization for success over the last few years. In 2022, Edwin took up the appointment as managing director of Zoom Lion Private Services Limited. Colleagues describe Edwin as a charismatic leader who impacts lives and deliver results. Edwin is going to talk to us on why brands need a marketing rethink, why brands need a marketing rethink. And this presentation is powered by Zoom Lion PLC Ghana, Vena Purified Water, Think Media Experts, and Luxville. Please help me welcome Edwin and welcome.
Thank you very much. A very good sunny afternoon to all of us, and a big thank you to the organizers for this opportunity. So I was sitting down there and listening to my good friend from Deloitte talk about the metaverse, and I was watching Mrs. Okrano listening to you saying some land is being sold somewhere in the metaverse, and it was like, you're only serious. Kaswa dia crying, what are you talking about? But yeah, it is what it is. Things are changing. Okay, so what am I going to try and do? Within the next 20 minutes, I'm going to try and talk us through a couple of points with regarding positioning and how you can position yourself to win in the current business context. My pillars are going to be hovered around what winning looks like, how perfect plans can go wrong, because they do most of the time. And then I'll give you a little bit of how to survive the perfect storm. I call it from the EA point of view, my point of view. So
We'll go straight into that. Now, what does winning look like? We all had plans, didn't we? Very nice plans for 2022. Actually, some of us got into 2022, no matter the industry you were in, with very clear strategies on how you were going to win, how profits were going to be soaring up, and how actually, if the plans go well, business will be on autopilot. Post-pandemic, KPIs will be achieved, bonuses will be paid, right? Do I have a witness? Okay. Did the plan go as we planned? Anybody's plan go according to plan? It's to be good to know. It didn't. Most people's plans didn't go according to plan. And most of these were impacted by, we know it, yes, both internal and external factors, right? It all sounds cliche, but the external factors, like the image I have there, the donkey is very much surprised by it, right? He didn't think he was going to be in the situation that he is. And then there was also a corresponding internal factors that actually also cause people to behave in a certain way. I think the word VUCA world, we've used it almost a decade now. And yes, we know it's a VUCA world. I sometimes dare say there's an S factor to it when it comes to Ghana. You can guess what the S means. Sometimes you plan everything and it's not going according to plan and you think it's spiritual, right? Yes, but there's a VUCA world out there. The pandemic, we thought it was over, but the aftershock seems to be bringing a lot more ripple effects than we expected, right? And then the economic crunch, it has its own tailor-made buffet for Ghana. And we are gradually going through it day by day. These are all factors that are hitting us externally, and whether we like it or not, it's our reality. In times like these, when these external factors hit, sometimes or most times, leaders become known as tyrants, backing instructions left, right, center, leaving the people confused, inefficient, and even sometimes burnt out. Is anybody burnt out here? Do I have a witness? Yes, a lot of them. Marianne, we were just talking and she was lamenting. Because actually, things are unpredictable, and a lot of leaders are also under a lot of stress to hold and sustain the organization to the next level. The people who are receiving this stress usually translates it into inefficiencies. But it is in times like these that you need to find a way to set yourself apart. And I'll try within the next 10 minutes give you my point of view on how you can do that. Trees that don't bend with the wind will not last the storm. We've heard this before. Trees that don't bend with the wind will not last the storm. But I dare say and I dare present to you today that bending is an art and a science. I want them to sink in a little. Oh, trees that don't bend, bend. If everybody can bend, would a tree break? No. It's an art and a science. And I say that because once we ace it, we'll realize that bending in itself doesn't come easy. And I'll hinge on this word ACE and tell you that ACE for me is just a short acronym. A for adaptability, C for control, and E for execution. In times like these, it's very important that as an individual, be you a leader or an organization, someone in the organization, you think about being adaptable. And I specifically call out the need to move from customer service to customer delight. In times like these, people don't have time. We don't have patience. Neither are we forgiven. So you need to actually move from just delivering customer service into getting into predicting what the customer wants and giving it to them. Video on demand. Typical marketing will tell us that repositioning is a big deal. In times like these, reposition as often and as much as you want to, because we are living in a very fluid environment. And repositioning may be the only thing that keeps you addressing the needs, the changing needs of the consumers. Control, for me, is very important, and it's back to what everybody has been saying about data and knowing the data, knowing your onions. Now, you don't only have to know it, you need to also drive it. It's okay to know that that's a fast car, but can you drive it? It's okay to know that's a trailer. Can you drive it? So know the data and use the data, and I coin it as converting data to wisdom. There's a lot of information. Everybody thinks, oh, data is good. Yes, so what? I know that a lot of people are demanding for video on demand. So what? Are you going to do something, or you're going to just keep that knowledge in your pocket? The people who move from 0 to 100 are the ones who have this data, know what to do with it, and do something, and that takes me into execution. Execution, the art of getting things done. Don't put away what you can do today for tomorrow. It's very important. In times like these, we need to ace it. Be adaptable, get control of the information and the data that you have, convert it to wisdom, and act the right way. Execution. For leaders, they say calmness is a superpower. Sometimes when everything else is shaking around you, there's a quote that I like. It says, sometimes you may not be able to calm the storm, but you need to learn to calm yourself. Because it is in the calmness that you will be able to see the wisdom in the data that you have. And it is in calmness that you will be able to execute the right way that is required for you to make the change and survive in this perfect storm. Plan twice, execute once. Was it Abraham Lincoln who said, if I have 6 hours to cut down a tree, I'm going to use 4 hours sharpening my axe. And it is very important in these times because what you need to execute, that resource you need to execute, is actually scarce. You don't have the option of cutting and failing. So it's important that you plan twice so that you can cut once effectively. For yourself, to save your energy and your own mental health, but also for the organization that you work with, so that you would be able to be efficient in what you are doing. So in summary, as I come to the end of my short sermon, change is inevitable. You said change is coming. Change is here. We live in it. You got to prepare for it. We cannot control the storm, like I said, but we can adapt ourselves. The art of bending in a storm is key. And last but not the least, you ace your storms with calmness and mental fortitude. And when an opportunity presents himself, execute it like your life depends on it. Thank you very much. And I hope this has inspired at least one person. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so my phone locked me out. Okay. Our next speaker, we are going to have Mr. Stephen Bwedi. Stephen M. Bwedi is a marketing and communications professional over 20 years now, with so much experience. He has worked with several multinational and local organizations in Ghana and in Africa and some part of Europe. These include Sunny, UK, Barclays Capital, Wembley in London, Abbey, PZ Cousins Africa, Old Mutual, UBA, Crisash, NP Gandior, Glums Makeup. Oh, that's my makeup. Access Bank, ADB, Bradford and Bingley, Prudential Bank Limited Ghana, Secure Pensions Trust, and many more. He has trained and staff of several organizations, including UT Bank, Just Spawn Group, White Sands, VRA, Comfort, and many more. Stephen is also an active public speaker and a CIM UK tutor. He's a speaker and contributor at the industry events such as Social Media Week, Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, Mobile West Africa, Seamless, Block Camp, Bar Camp, and many others. Presently, he is the lead enabler at Enable Growth Consult. Is my, oh, thank you. I want to give what you're going to talk to us about.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to see everyone. Hey. So much has been said already. I'm wondering whether I should continue. Okay, but it's always good to, engage people and meet new friends. Good to me. We need to connect after this. Where's the pointer? And my in-law took my place. He owes me. Edwin is my in-law. He owes me. All right. So I've been asked to talk about the shift in media consumption and look at some of the lessons that we need to learn and things we need to do as business owners, some of the business decisions we need to take. I'm not going to repeat a lot of the things that have been done already. These are slides that we would all have. But I thought this would be important. This is from just last week. So normally some of you would have heard me or seen me talk about some of these reports. This is from just last week. And talking about media consumption, one of the things that's clear here is how much internet consumption we're doing. It's almost twice as much as TV. That's huge. You don't. And there's another slide, I don't think I have it here, but another slide will tell you that within this year, as many internet users, there will be as many internet users as there are TV viewers, about 5.7 billion. So TV has caught up. Now, let me ask a question. When was the last time you went to an internet cafe? Anybody? But I remember when some of us were trying, forgive me, when I came back, I was trying to establish relationships. Busy internet was big. It was the place to go to. It was where we developed relationships. It was where all these people who had come back, whether Hasbro or whatever, went. Today, we don't go there anymore. The reason is that internet penetration and internet access is very, very easy. So we can easily get online and access whatever content that we want to access. Okay. Now, the key lesson, I'm not going to go through all the slides, but the key lesson I want to say is that consumption of media is happening a lot more online, and in fact, not just online, but in our palms, on our mobile phones. And so for those of us, whether we are content creators as media owners or we are salespeople, we need to learn how we can be relevant in the spaces where people are consuming content. Because if, as content creators, our content is not relevant, it's not seen in the spaces where they are spending most of their time, then our content will be shunned. The question that I won't greet him out because I owe you. I need to report myself. But the question that Reverend Albert asked me and I talked about is the fact that we hear a lot these days that attentions, listen to the radio at the car park. But beyond that, your content should also be available on demand and be shareable. And that's very, very important. Now, for salespeople, I keep saying it, and my friend Lily is here. I keep saying to people, stop thinking about opportunities for sales, ad sales, only in terms of radio and TV. Even for Text Ghana, the kind of thing, you do a lot of like voice things. And how can you tie even your brands into that? So while you are delivering a message, like let's say you buy data, at the end of that data, that little bit message that's there, that's another option for people. Now, so when you're doing your media plan, whether as a media, a brand owner, or even as an advertiser, think broadly. Forgive my voice. I've been in the boot camp all week. We have to work, make money. But these are some of the things that we need to start in. So I want to jump straight to my last slide. If you can go to the last slide for me. I don't want to waste it. Let's go to the last slide for me. My friend Dre, who has left, talked a lot about the Ghana perspective. In Ghana, one of the things that I want us to remember. Okay, so the slide before this one. So I'll start from the slide before this one. I'll just do the takeaways and we can go. Yeah. All right. But in Ghana, for example, while there's this shift that I've talked about, and I eat and drink digital, but in Ghana, you can't abandon traditional media and say you're putting all your money in digital. We are not there yet. A couple of years ago, I worked for a company somewhere in Europe, and we were spending over 85% of our, what you call MNC in the business. We're spending it on digital. That was then. But you can't do that in Ghana. And that's why my friend Venus, for example, will tell you, think integrated, right? But the key lesson is that continue increasing the percentage of your budget that you're allocating to digital, because that's where we are headed. Okay? There's a reason why your grandma will send you Obinim's videos in the morning. Because she has a smartphone. So getting access to that content is not that difficult anymore. And if she has the smartphone and WhatsApp, for example, we still don't see it as a marketing platform where we are abusing it. And let me just put this here. For those of us who keep sending people messages as soon as we get their number, is the quickest way to lose them. It's called permission-based marketing. So ask people to opt in before you start blasting them with, including Alpha Hour. Me too, I pray. I don't want you to wake me up with Alpha Hour. I came to buy something from your shop. All of a sudden, you're sending me alerts for Alpha Hour. Okay, but if we can use this media, right, same as SMS. I'm sure you have issues with people who wouldn't even select data credit. So they want to blast to everyone, not targeted. You teach them and they don't listen. Okay, but let me say this. If we are going to be relevant as media owners, as content creators, or ad sales people, we need to embrace technology effectively and start making decisions based on the knowledge that we have. And so the learning should continue. That's why, for example, this platform is important. Thanks to Ray and the team, we should have more conversations like this. Okay? Now, let me just rush through this and I'll leave. So the first one I've got is that increase your digital marketing budget, especially on mobile. And mobile includes SMS. Digital includes SMS. Okay? So let's not think that SMS is dead. For as long as you have permission to market to the people, so now it's the quickest way to get to them. Our problem in Ghana is that we want to blast to everyone. Okay? So let's learn to do it right as professionals. And like I said, don't overlook traditional media yet. Okay? Plan and execute integrated. Okay? I do a lot of media buying for some of my clients. Sometimes they will tell you, I want it on TV. And I'll say to them, yes, let's do it on TV. It's great. Within an hour, so many people can see your ad, okay, or can see your content. But let's have a version. Don't just lift that one for TV to go and put it on online. That's another mistake we make. Okay, on another day we'll talk about that. But have a version also online so people can go there and watch it on demand. My friend, is it James or Joseph? Joseph said it. These days we do content on demand. So I want to have the comfort to be able to go there and pick that data, that content when I want to. Okay, I love a lot of junk TV. I watch junk TV. Tomorrow evening, how many of us are going to watch Anama McBrown on TV? Okay, Showbiz. You don't know that one? United Showbiz, that's the one. I watch it, but I don't get to watch it live every time. Okay? So sometimes I'll go back and watch it the next day on YouTube or on Facebook or whatever. Or even my favorite program is Mentor is coming. I'll watch it because sometimes I'll be in another meeting on when they have a mentor. But these are programs that you don't watch. We even do multi-screen when we're watching them. I love Liverpool. I always say it. You can't watch football without Twitter. How many of you believe that? Well, that's where the banter happens. That's where the conversation happens. And that's how we consume content. That's how we consume media. And so you need to have personality. There's a reason why clubs in Europe and the rest are making money through media, because they know sometimes, if you watched that lot, that team I don't want to mention, the other red team. Yesterday, their number 7 did a trick. How many of you saw that 360 he did? Okay, I don't want to mention that. That's the fake red team. I'm in trouble now. Let me finish and run away quickly. But you see, there's a reason why that little 30 seconds incident will be trending. And Manchester United will have a version of it, and they'll be pushing out on their Twitter or whatever, because they know we want to watch it over and over. That's how we consume content, okay? But it starts from traditional. So the point I'm making is that don't ignore traditional media yet. Think integrated. Think, plan, and execute integrated. All right. And embrace new technology. We can't run away from that. We've had metaverse over and over today. Okay? Embrace technology and use it right. The caveat I'll put in there is that don't embrace technology for technology's sake. Okay? Embrace technology with your customers' habits and their habits in mind, and the users and habits in mind. That's why SMS is still relevant. Are you okay? So don't just say, oh, because TikTok is what is happening, me too, I'm going to pack my bus and I'll run all my ads on TikTok. It might not work for you. Okay? Elsewhere, I've seen billboards with, augmented reality, where as you're walking towards the billboard, there could be a lion coming out of the billboard. Or you can see the world just come. They're using those technologies. It's for engagement and to enhance the experience. But we are not there yet in Ghana. We spend all that money, and the next minute, somebody decides to construct the road, and they will pull down that billboard you've erected. So we are not there yet. Okay, that's the point I'm making. Don't embrace technology simply because it's new technology. And online TV is growing. Whether we're watching it on, so these days a lot of people have smart TVs. So watching it, you talked about your son, asking you to skip for him, okay? But even some of us who watch traditional content on the kind of things on TV3, we don't watch them on terrestrial TV. We're watching them even on our phones, okay? So online TV, is because that's what you can pause, go back, speed it up, do all sorts of things. That's how it's the democratization of the media consumption of content. And so I want to be able to stay in control of what's going on. And I said it, so I want to repeat, make content available for access on demand, so that when people want it, they can go back and watch it over and over and over and over. Monitor, measure, and optimize performance. This is very, very important. Now, as salespeople, one of the things that we used to get away with as media salespeople was that when it was just newspaper and TV and radio, you could go to your client and say, this ad appeared in graphic. Today, we printed 500,000 copies, so your ad was seen by 500,000 people. And they would have no way of checking it. But today, you can't get away with that. Almost everything we do on digital is measurable and often in real time. So you can't go and sit in front of your client and lie. And to get the most out of the little money that you have in this Ghana, where the dollar is doing concert, you need to be able to monitor, measure, and optimize performance. Like the last word there. You don't set up your ad to run, even online, and then go to sleep. Even in real time, you have to monitor it. Okay, I put on $50. Do I need to increase it by a bit? Is my targeting all right? Listen, that's why we have dedicated media salespeople at agencies like yours. And so somebody said it earlier, and it's true. Bright said, he said it's true that today in most of our clients, brands, they have people there who can do the job that we as agency people want to do. But the bit where we can beat them is the knowledge that we have as consultants. And so the agency, where you can't get the retainer, you need to be able to present yourself now as a consultant who become the resource person. So you would do the strategy and they can execute it in-house and monthly report or whatever you're supervising that. Okay, but the key thing I want to say here is monitor, measure, and optimize performance. You don't start a campaign and go to sleep. Same way, even in content. Last 2 weeks, I was somewhere with some people. If I take any of our popular TV or radio programs now, the ones that are dead are the ones that haven't been changed. The content hasn't changed, they haven't been modified in any way. The Springboard I started listening to in 2010 is not the same because they've been listening and changing and other things. So the conversations have become more interesting, more engaging, and deeper. Okay? All right. I'll run away very soon. And then make more data-driven decisions. Just coming from that. You have to be able to justify almost every dollar you are spending with data. Because the data is there. You can't run away from that. Are you okay? And so, for example, you can't say that, oh, we want to fly this ad on this station simply because it's got the highest number of viewers. No, that's not all there is to data. Football is coming, right? And when it's football, you find some of the radio stations with the most audience. But I've worked on like makeup and the rest before. You may find that while that's where a lot of the audience are, the sisters that I want to target with the makeup are not tuning to that station. So I need to find that small station where my niche, my targeted audience are, and run the ads there so I can get the most. Otherwise, I'll get just numbers. Sometimes the numbers, they are vanity. Okay, so make data-driven decisions. Look beyond just the initial number you're saying, and make proper data-driven decisions. And then choose your media channels based on consumer behavior and your objectives. These are two things sometimes we overlook. You need to understand. So let me use myself as an example. If it's football or news, you find me very active on Twitter. If I'm looking for gift ideas, you find me on Instagram or on Pinterest. Okay? If I want playback on some of my favorite TV programs from, you talked about the Atlantic, right? So all those football discussions and the rest. See, we connect. I'll go to YouTube to go and watch those. Okay, so the decisions and the content we are consuming on different platforms are different. And so don't you choose a platform simply because it's got huge numbers. But your audience should be there and they should be looking for the right content, should be making the decisions you want them to make. I hope that makes sense. And then produce content in new, exciting, and engaging formats. Real stories, all those things. Like Reverend Albert called me and I said earlier, learn to produce these. Yes, these may not allow you to tell the full story, but I sometimes call these traffic drivers. So you use them to get the initial engagement, the initial interest, and then they would use them to drive traffic to your website or to your YouTube where they can see the longer format. Okay, that's the way to do it. I think then the last one. So I've just talked about this one here. And then embrace new ad formats. Okay, for those of us who work in media sales, there's more to banners. There's more to online advertising than just the banners and the skyscrapers or page home takeover and all those things. Are you okay? There's more to like that. And we've done some work where sometimes there are even PR articles, but they are placed like ads. Are you okay? Or sometimes give the client the opportunity where you can even create a content and their brand is written into it. So it's not just product placement, but even telling part of the story with the brand. Okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stephen. We are going to have a panel discussion. I have some amazing women in-house who are going to help us, women in marketing leadership. So quickly, I will mention their names. They would have a seat. And my production team there, you would help me so that we can reposition this. Lydia Lily Mockley. Is that correct? Okay. Adeline Esi Asante Enchi. Venus Teria. Wilma Amo Osai. And Rama Greenslade will be the moderator. Is that correct? Okay. So please join me here. Lydia, Lily, Adeline, Venus, Wilma, and Rama is already up here. So we are having a discussion in Women in Marketing Leadership. Can you please help me so we can reposition this?
Thank you. Finally, the women get a voice. Whilst we wait for everyone to settle in, hello? Hello? The tempo is very low. Hello? Is the dollar affecting our voice too? Okay, so it's widely known that women are the large consumers. Ladies, kindly if you can get up, if you're not being mic'd. Kindly if you can get up. If you've been mic'd already, join me. We're going to have just a small exercise to activate your interest. In the meantime, my name is Irama Greenslade. I work with Business and Financial Times. It is a traditional way of communication with the newspaper. But if you know Business and Financial Times and you know social media very well, we are very active. And very quite recently, we have introduced our Twitter space. That's the Business and Financial Times Dialogue Series. That is a platform for the youth to talk about your interests, your challenges, everything. Next week, I won't let the cat out of the bag. I will not. But it sounds like Kofi Kinata. bites. Okay, so we are all ready. We are set. We had, I think, when I joined the conversation, we've had about 4 gentlemen.
Can I hold
Who
it
remembers
until you can click me?
what they were wearing? Their shoe, the color of their clothing.
Okay,
were they bald? Did they have hair, beard? I'm sure a lot of us are taking ideas right now with hairstyles, with makeup, with shoes, with colors. We are marketing. We are marketing a whole lot of products right now. So as women, if we are the largest consumers, who are then best placed to market your products for you? Your goods, your products, your services, who are best placed? Women. We are. Welcome, ladies.
Okay. I think it's a bit loud. Everybody can be heard as well?
Yes, I think so. Okay,
Hello?
so I'll let you introduce yourselves. You can start from my right.
Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Hi, okay.
Maybe whilst we wait for her, we could start from the left.
Okay. So, she's ready.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's good.
Thank you. My name is Wilma Aku Amuosai. I work at Guinness Ghana as the brand manager for an exciting category that we call the adult premium non-alcoholic drink. So your favorite Malta Guinness, and then like Alvaro. Yeah. Thank you very much for having me.
Hello, my name is Lydia Lilian. I work with Media General. I'm the digital sales and business development manager. So everything you see on our digital platforms is my brainchild and a lot more. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I don't know if you can hear me, so maybe I'll borrow your microphone. All right. Hi.
It's nice to see everyone. So my name is Venus Tawian. I am one of the management team members and responsible for business and corporate communications at Now
Available Africa. Now
Available Africa is the most awarded
agency here in Ghana for work within the digital space. We've been championing this narrative about including digital into communications offerings and considering digital as a media proposition for the past 8 years. So it's really welcoming to see forums like this where people are switched on, and it's now become a conversation piece as opposed to an educational piece from an agency like us. We're fortunate enough to work with Wilma, where Diageo's lead creative agency on some of their brands. Over the years, we've worked with Nescafe, Nido, which are Nestle Sira brands, to bring them into the digital space. We're a full-servicing communications agency with a core proposition of being known for helping brands transition within it to include digital within their communications proposition. I think that's it.
Mic is working. My name is Adeline Esi Asante-Entry. Honored to be on this panel. Been in marketing for a very long time. I don't look it, but over 20 years. I started my marketing work at STB Macan. There was a time STB Macan was Yes, raining. Worked with Nestle, South African Airways from there. I've been doing brand management for Olam. I was with Olam, Unilever, and most recently L'Oreal, where I was in charge of the best makeup brand, Maybelline, the best hair care brand, Dark and Lovely, and the best face care brand, Garnier. And so right now I'm doing growth marketing for a small company, more into providing educational opportunities online called Cloud School Africa. So,
meet our ladies. And I think the organizers got a little scared, knowing that I'm coming from a media house, so they prepared questions for me. So I don't have to grill anyone. Okay, so if we can start with the conversation. We are discussing a shift in media consumption. Do you agree that it is an ongoing shift? If yes, what nature of shift have you observed so far in the media advertising space? I'll let you handle that. Okay. I believe it's a big yes. My personal experience I'd want to share is we all know about Date Rush on TV3. The beautiful thing about Date Rush has been that even though it is on TV3, it's on the traditional network. Let me help. A traditional network, you'd find out that Stephen mentioned something, multiple platforms. People are watching on TV, but because of the commentary that Date Rush goes with, so they are on Facebook, they are on Twitter, running commentary, and I call it that, on what is going on TV, talking about what somebody is wearing, what someone said, and all that. So it brings us to the point where I can say that because of that multiple platform our viewers are watching, now we get to advertise on these two platforms. We get to the point where we can say, okay, if your budget is not enough for the traditional platform, come onto the social media platform. And trust me, clients are always clamoring for these platforms all the time. And so you would find out that even the sponsors on the platform or on the product are not changing. We just add on because they get what their monies are put into. So I believe that the shift is not slow anymore. It's fast-paced. And so for the brands like Guinness, Malta Guinness, and the brands like using their bundles, they are using the same portals to give free bundles. And so now people are saying, okay, I am switching from telco A to Airtel Tigo because once we are on this platform, we are getting free data, and then they get to experience more on that platform. So definitely it's a yes. Okay. Thank you. And our next question is there a difference in leading a marketing team as compared to being a marketer or subordinate? I'll let you handle it.
Okay, so is there a difference? Definitely. One requires you to be a leader, and the other one, obviously, to be a follower. I think the main difference is obviously accountability. If you are the head of marketing, with a team, you would have to take responsibility for the decisions you make and how you spend your budget, the big, beautiful B word. I think for me, I'm a natural leader, naturally bossy, so I enjoy that more. But more than anything, I think when you are leading a team, I don't know if, Lydia, you agree with me, you're able to be more creative.
Exactly.
And that is the fun part of marketing, that I think you enjoy as a leader. But then when you follow, sometimes you may creatively disagree. I know I'm in the midst of agencies, but sometimes when you are the follower, you're not able to change agencies. Then if you are the leader, you're able to take those decisions about the agency that you use. So there's a big difference. Accountability, ability to be creative, ability to take decisions. But then the follower, I haven't said any good thing about being a follower. Can you help me?
Well, for a follower, you get to learn.
Okay.
I have a team of about 15 people, and for the past 3 years, I've taught them how they are just the ones developing, but now I've made them understand that when you are developing, you should think about the marketing side, the consumer. What would the consumer want? What would it be? Will it be comfortable for that person?
Yeah.
And so with that in mind, those followers now start to build. And that's what is beautiful about having a team. So by the end of the day, you can now start growing these followers in the extent that when you are on leave, you enjoy your leave. You don't be on leave and then every second they're calling you because you built mini yous.
Yes, but I think where I would totally agree with you, but you enjoy learning depending on the culture of the company. And I've had that experience, obviously, from what I said. I've been in companies which encourage that kind of entrepreneurial learning. When you're in such a company and you are a follower, it's because you get to test and learn.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're in where mistakes are not appreciated, it's a bit difficult.
I have a different perspective on this, actually. I don't really like the word followers, to be fair, because I think in our organizations, certainly there is, yes, we do have leadership, but we are very conscious of transferring leadership onto the team, all right? So if I take, for example, coming up with an idea or a solution for a brand, we recognize that it can come from anywhere. It is not just because you are called a director or a manager that you will be given the opportunity to create something that will be a solution for the team, okay? We also recognize that whilst we all hold certain positions and certain levels, there's learnings from that everyone can gain from everybody. That is why we are a team. We've constructed a team in such that we have the skills, they are part of our team, yeah? And we value and leaders. We will have the capacity to lead within our various roles, although you have people who have overall responsibility for things.
So I think we're saying the same thing in that the organizational culture
yes.
really impacts whether...
And for a creative industry, the creative minds wander everywhere. And so it doesn't matter whether you are the boss or not. It just gives you, it's a free
not necessarily
platform.
There's structure.
Yes, there is.
Yes, but there's room.
But everybody
can
bring their ideas.
Yes, there's room to create.
Yes.
I've worked both sides of the coin.
Okay.
Actually, in both multinationals and globals, and I feel that where you see teams thrive the most is where there's a recognition that within your skill set, yes, you do report to somebody, but within the team, you're allowed to lead. Sure. And everybody has the capacity to be able to do that if they're empowered to do that.
Sure.
Can I share a little something? So
you didn't need permission, though.
Thank you. Thanks for that. So I think that, or maybe from where I'm coming from, just like Venus, I have worked in both agency and currently on the client side. And I feel like there should be leadership everywhere. In every single aspect of your life, be it entry level, there should be a level of leadership building. Because then, and I say to my team and even to my agencies, there should be some sort of ownership and proactiveness, rather than, you just do this and then just do that. Because as an executor or even somebody who's an entry level, because we all have line managers, regardless of how high on the ladder you are, you have somebody you are reporting to. But the person you are reporting to, from what I've learned, or what I'm being taught in my organization, is your leadership skills should be greater than what you currently aspire to be. So I am a brand manager. My line manager is a marketing manager. Her line manager is a marketing director. I should have the leadership skill of a marketing director. And that is how it should be. So regardless of who you are, where you are, leadership should be something that you embody, regardless of who you are or where you are in the. I don't know if you get right. So that is a level of proactiveness. So there should not be at any point in time where you should be able to. Your characteristic as a leader should be different from what you do execution-wise. If I put it that way. Because then it's ownership, it's proactiveness. I know my brand so well that my marketing director doesn't have to come and tell me this and this and that and that. I'm already bringing initiative. I understand that profitability is key for my business. The fact that I'm not in high-level management doesn't mean that I don't understand that and I can't make decisions towards that, even though I am not high over there. So leadership should be everywhere. It's no matter where you are, the skills should be, you should be flowing from wherever you are. Yeah,
I agree totally. So let's continue the conversation. What emerging marketing trends excites you with all the presentations that we have?
Digital. I thought you wanted a one.
You would have to explain why. And within the digital, which one?
I think performance marketing. I think Nase mentioned it. I think performance marketing is what will move the needle. Because as you rightly said, I remember having this billboard at Makola, beautiful billboard. I couldn't tell the traffic because nobody knows it. It's all assumptions. But with digital, you're able to know exactly how you're flowing people through the funnel. And for me, it's quite the challenge from the client side for you to also really understand what entails performance marketing, so that when your agency is telling you how they are measuring the outcome of your campaign, you also understand the metrics. I think that is the biggest challenge on both sides. Would you not say that, Venus?
That's data, include digital, because it offers you proof of what you say that you're doing, whether it's performing or not. So I'm happy that we've leapfrogged to a point whereby people are now demanding it. It's now a demand. It's not just, a nice to do.
Yeah.
Okay. To come back to the question, though, I think what I'm most excited about is the fact that people are now speaking about esports and gaming, right, and recognizing that we, as a people, enjoy games and willing to explore how that can translate to the marketing of brands, right? In terms of creativity.
Across demographics?
Yeah.
Or mainly male?
No. So do you have any games on your phone?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay. So
if I were to ask you what games you use,
okay.
So whilst you don't consider yourself as a gamer, if I asked you the regularity of which you use the apps or the gaming platforms that you are on, you'll realize actually that you're spending quite a lot of time. Engaging, using games to kill time or to relax and such. So how we're seeing that translate into comms and brands. I remember maybe 4 years ago sitting in a pitch and we pitched it. We wanted to do a gaming thing where there'd be an art piece where people could just swipe through. And we were like, well, no one games here. And so that idea didn't fly. I'm really excited to see that we have things like an esports team. People recognize that we are gamers and wanting to see how that playtime can translate to creativity for brands.
Yeah. Cool.
I think that the digital space is awesome. I come from a background where Text Ghana is here. I used to work with mobile content. So where you are at Laboni, we were in the same building.
Okay.
Now, mobile content at that time, and they're still doing it, made gaming look so easy. Yet, we are getting you to pay money. We are getting your attention on multiple advertising platforms, just playing the game. We are getting the media to join in and advertise our games without they even knowing that they were doing that, because our digital plan wasn't in your face. It was very subtle. But today, fortunately, the digital space has become so strong that, like you said, you are killing time. You are going to meet a client. You are just waiting. So I could be on my phone playing Scrabble. While you are playing the Scrabble, an advert comes through. And whether you like it or not, it will not go until you finish watching. So you just take your time, watch it. Or you are watching a movie. You have to watch whatever advert comes through. So our traditional media has been good, but like Nasa said, we are moving to the point where now we are cutting the content into smaller consumables, and that sits on the digital platforms, and they are the ones that are measurable.
I think that we have to really recognize and acknowledge that in the continent that we are in, especially if I place it in Ghana, whilst digital is exciting, like for those who have access to the tools where they can access that, right? The majority of the population is still, it's really traditional driven.
Yeah.
So I think it's an extension of traditional. So how has the traditional platforms that we are used to using, how are they evolving to include digital? So like the metrics, you're now able to measure how well or successful or the footfall across a billboard, right? You now have visual radio, where radio is still the stable food, but then now, you now have cameras in your radio studios where people can now see what's happening inside the radio studio. So it's the evolution as opposed to, I guess, saying that for us, digital is it, because it's not. It needs to be still included because we just don't have that penetration and access for our people yet.
Wilma, what is their preference for Guinness? Lena said, you are definitely going to have to market to people who are nowhere near digital just yet. The fact that digital is growing at such an alarming rate, and especially since COVID, does not mean that as it is now, Mr. said, he said that whereas in the European countries, you could put 85% of your budget in digital, you can't do that here in Ghana, especially when you're working on a brand, a national brand like Malta Guinness. But what I have seen, or the beautiful things that I have seen happening amongst very successful brands in Ghana, is the synergy amongst all of these platforms. Malta Guinness is great for 35 plus. I need to do more, especially with engagement between 18 to 34-year-olds. 18 to 34-year-olds are Gen Z millennials. Their taste changes in every 5 seconds. They don't just want to see something, they want to engage with it, right? So that means that for them, just TV is not enough. They have to voice out, they have to share their opinions. The banter has to go on. It means that when I have relevant content on traditional, on relevant platforms. Now, this is where I think one of the speakers explained about data-driven. Yes, it's showing on DataRush, but my consumers don't watch DataRush, right? Yes, DataRush has all the numbers, but then again, it's
I can't afford their rates.
It's not like I can't afford their rates. It's cluttered with so many sponsors, right? My brand would get lost in it. I will not. Not because it's good. And this is just, by the way, this is just illustration. Yes. It's not is not necessarily the real thing that's going on. You have to be very, very critical about the platforms and the channels that you use, because we're in an economy right now where money is tight. So one of the gentlemen all here also spoke about efficiency and effectiveness, especially when it comes to sponsorship. So I want to be running a big campaign and have relevant creative ads on the relevant channels, right? And thanks to data and thanks to media, I can geotag my ads. So if in the north, I am not pulling in strongly with my brand, I can have an ad that goes straight to the north in on the relevant channels that the north enjoys. Not necessarily blast it on TV3 and I'm on TV and so that's it. And then when I come on digital, I'm not only pushing ads, I have influencers who are driving strong and exciting and engaging content on social media, because as one of the speakers also said, user-generated content is key right now, right? And then we come on ground, third space activation. That is where the experience sticks. That is where people come and actually feel directly with your brand and are able to engage with it. And that is where the conversion happens. That doesn't end there. Point of purchase. So now when you go to ShopRite, you have seen TV, you have seen radio, you've seen digital, you've seen influencers. When you come to purchase it, I should be there. I should be there, ready to change your mind. Well, to make sure that you purchase. Yeah. So for me, it is not necessarily, digital is great, but for the kind of brand I handle.
Yes, I think that is the key thing. Yes, because for me, because I was a category manager, I handled different categories. And there are some brands which make you feel like, I think somebody mentioned about being like you're abroad. You can launch and do your whole campaign digital and still meet your forecasts. But then there are some which are so traditional. Even if you put it on Jumia, you won't get one sale.
So the insights is insight driven. Yeah. It's insight driven. Yeah. Yes. You're looking at like who your target are first,
what your offer is,
and where you can find them, where you can touch them, and that should really inform like your strategy end to end. Exactly. Right? So when we're saying, okay, so for her brand, you know, it's a multi-channel, and also not. And
I think that we are going to, because of our need to manage the budget, those who handle the budget might push the conversation digital just because they want certain metrics. So before I totally agree with you in that there must be like a mixture, but I feel like because there is that need and because digital does the measuring so effectively, people are going to, the agency is going to come to the client is going to prefer digital more and more because you're able to measure and you're able to meet your targets more.
So if the agency is doing a good job.
Yes, okay, so I'm saying that the consumer, as you rightly said, may have a mixture. But what I am saying is that I see because of our needs from the client side, from those who are offering the products, our need to have the measurements, our need to make sure that that small budget we have meets our objective. We're going to push more towards the digital, not necessarily because the consumer wants it, but because it meets our needs. Do you understand?
And then you'll miss out. I feel like
no, it depends. That's what I'm saying, that it depends.
I think there are strong, or recently, but I mean, maybe it's the agency I work with, but we have gotten solid measurements. Even on billboard, my agency has a metric to measure billboard. It's called, I will remember.
Is that the one OMD was launched?
Yes.
That is less than a year, right?
Abonting.
Yes.
But I'm saying saying Abonting, yes. But I'm saying that that measurement cannot be the only reason why we will push it to digital.
It's not just measurement, it is conversion that I'm talking about. I'm able to measure conversion easier. I'm not disagreeing with you in the sense that you need a mixture. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying that in the future, because I'm able to convert more, able to see exactly how I'm converting, able to see how I'm passing people through the funnel, with digital. I think people are going to now be pushing strongly for digital. That's just what I'm saying.
I think that it depends on what your objective is, really, because if your only tick box is to satisfy like your data metrics, then it will do that for you.
At the end of the day, it's sales. Sales is the bottom line,
so
whether we like it or not.
If it is sales, and that's your bottom line, then any partner agency that you're working with, worth their money, will start from the people that you want to speak to, and that will define what you do. And they will challenge you. If you come and say that I only want to do digital, I'm going to tell you, like, where will you find your people? And it's possible to embed, like, cleverly, if you say, okay, I want to do print, but I still want to have metrics on it. So let's design some sort of action point that will lead people to a digital platform. And that comes in, that again is strategy.
I have a question.
Okay.
So aside from...
So it looks like the moderator, you're okay, because we're enjoying our conversation.
Aside from e-commerce, being that is a digital platform, which digital campaign is sales-driven?
What do you mean by which? You can literally drive people to modern trade, have the specific. If you're doing, for example, a promo in ShopRite, and you're doing it in all ShopRite stores, Endgame, you can use digital to move people there.
Which is fine, because you are driving traffic. It's fine. But is it the core KPI then of your digital campaign? Because then I remember during COVID, when COVID hit, right?
Yes.
I don't know if you remember, Venus.
No.
When now we had to re-strategize, right?
Yes,
because
I had to launch a new product in March.
Yes.
So 2020. So I remember very well.
So we had to like stop all of these amazing third space things that we were doing and rather focus on how to drive people to off-trade modern accounts in order to push the home serve, get people to buy, right? That campaign or that digital campaign was driving traffic. I cannot calculate conversion on that. My conversion is calculated at the off-trade. But then I am able to calculate awareness, reach, impact, engagement,
How are you not able to you're not able to?
Okay, I think
the final word.
I believe that.
Can she have your mic?
As a media house marketer, everybody here has a product to sell. And so based on the product you have to sell, you pick a different model that would work for you. So at a point you want to do sales that would get a campaign that would drive sales. Other campaigns is for people to see and get to know the product. So it's all based on what the target for the campaign is. So the 360, I definitely agree with you, works, but as a brand or as a product, you pick a product and you say, this product, what do I want to gain at the end of this whole campaign? Based on that, you will start from somewhere and end somewhere. Maybe you start awareness on social media, then you start doing the traditional media, then you start doing the on-ground campaigns, then you convert into sales, then it goes into the fridges of people, and then it goes on like that. So I totally get you. I get you too. I, in the middle, I like both because I sell both. And traditional would always be traditional. But where the world is going to, like Edwin said, if we don't start moving aggressively into the digital space, we might lose out. When the whole world is gone, we'll still be at ground zero.
Yeah. Sorry, moderator.
Thank you. Now let me calm tempers.
Oh, tempers. No tempers. Okay.
No tempers. Let's change the discussion. Anytime I walk into a shop, personally, for the salesperson, it's about 80% women. You go online with the influencers, it's about 80% women. Is there a particular
which sales can you define? Like, as in when you go to the shop and you see the girl standing there, that's who you're talking about.
The branding, the image on TV. the models.
No, wait, sorry. Just so that we can answer the question properly. Because when it comes to actual sales, I don't know about you, Wilma, but when it comes to actual salesmen, it tends to be the men. But you're talking about the brand ambassadors, the girls usually standing by the...
Guinness is running a promotion,
yes.
and it says buy two, get two for free.
Yeah, usually...
When I get there, it's ladies.
Madam, it's a simple answer to that. So well. Simple. We've noticed that when they are women, when the men pass, even if it's cream for women, the man will stop and engage. But if you use a man, the man will not stop to engage. And so for me, in beauty, I mean, I really didn't have much of a choice, but I saw the efficiency of having female brand ambassadors. Wilma?
No, I agree. When I'm going to run a campaign, I look... I don't know, I don't think I'll say that. but yeah, no. In alcohol, men are the ones who purchase. Even when I was working on Bailey's, men are the ones who purchase for the women. Right? And women will go to the market. So before Guinness, I was working in Unilever. I don't think we ever met, did we? Yeah. I worked in Unilever, Sunlight, women. They make their decisions. Usually they are clear on what they want. So when they go there and they are going to buy Mada, you need to do hard convincing because they've probably been using one thing since their mothers introduced them to it. But with men are easily swayed. They will sample, they'll see, does it work? Then they
would want to talk to the
They would want to talk to the ladies. They will switch. So it's easy to convince a man to try a new product and purchase it than a woman. A woman, she knows what she's going for. If it's Maggie, it's Maggie. That's what she has been using. Unless some reference or something changes her mind. But women are hardly swayed.
Well, the first point of the process, of the AIDA process is what? Attention.
Yeah.
So if you want attention and you have the lady standing there, you're most likely
to understand. Mostly you find women leading in that space. So I feel like, besides the fact when you request when you're for sales people to man those spaces, what's available in market here are women. Yes, I think we should go beyond that. They have the skills to do the job that's necessary.
Think I would disagree with you
really.
Yes,
I thought
for women.
Why do you
more for
why
like
do you have them?
If it's like at the mall and I'm using aesthetics, yes, but if I'm doing an activation at Makola and I need somebody to go into the market, I won't use the women.
So then do you use your sales team strategically then?
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, so then that would be the answer.
No, but you said that women had the advantage of selling.
No, they have
soft skills.
I'm coming from a point from a space where you wouldn't employ someone to do a job which they don't have the skill set to do. All right, so for a sales rep to man your stand in Accra Mall, yes, you'd pick appropriately. If you're going to run an activation in Mokola, then you would resource appropriately.
Definitely.
So we come back, if you step back from the aesthetics, then you're hiring people who have the skill sets to do the job. Because otherwise we're just saying that, okay, well, we're hiring pretty people or not.
For the ladies, it's very easy to approach them. And that's like you said, the first thing you need to do is to be able to be approachable. So you get there and they are all smiley and nice. When the guy is not in the mood, he's not in the mood. But, like she said, when you are doing the hardcore activation in Makola, you need somebody who can, it's a cocktail of both. Some women can do it and do it very well. Yes. I have done sales and marketing on ground. I have done events. And we get the job done even on the ground because women are able to adapt, hold on to a brand, and make it theirs so that when she's selling it to you, you can almost believe that, okay, I have an experience with the brand. That is why someone mentioned Maggi. There's so many seasonings on the market. But Maggi was able to use the mother, the woman, to push the agenda so well that it got stuck in every mind of everybody that goes onto the shelf. So, yes, the men can do the job, but for sales, my boss will tell you, I would rather take a saleswoman than a man because the door opens faster.
So I think, just to be clear, there's a difference between promoters and there's a difference between sales. Now, what she is talking about in Accra Mall, even when I'm doing a soft activations, I will put the women there. But even in Guinness, Ghana, majority of the hardcore salespeople are the men. And that is because it's a lot of heavy lifting, muscles, move from here to here, late night. Like, it's a lot of that. Women are there. There are women there who do a fantastic job. And Guinness Ghana is working on making sure that it is half and half, 50-50. But don't get it twisted. The men do the job very well. The sales guys, they do it, right? And so are the women. But as it stands now, in a lot of FMCG, even a Unilever, the men move it a lot for sales specifically. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Now we are all calm.
I think we're calm.
Exactly.
Like women can have like very passionate discussions without it being and disagree and still be okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So let me ask across all of us, what has been your most profound marketing, brand strategy, campaign that you have manned yourself? Most profound. Maybe I should start from my left.
Okay. In my time, I think there would be two, okay, that would have been really big, like impactful and statement pieces, like in our market and in the sub-region. No, three. Both Nescafe and Nido, we did statement things. For Nescafe, we ignited Africa with this campaign called Get Started. And we took a truck around key territories in their market on road, and we had tasting opportunities for their brands, but it was digitally driven, okay? And it was massive. For Nido, we opened the first, let's say, online platform for mums, which was Nido Mums. And it became like a reference book for mums everywhere across the sub, both Anglophone and Francophone markets. I think one of the campaigns that we really loved was Mum Read Me a Story. And we created this character where it was to serve for bedtime moments for mum. But the wonderful thing about this thing is it could have lived anywhere. The brand could have transcended it into an animation. We made a physical book, and it made a lot of noise for the brand. From Diageo, we recently ran Johnny Walker's 200th campaign, and it splashed everywhere across like the country, and touched every touch point. We had influencers, we had a pop-up shop in airports, we had point of sales materials, we designed new packaging, and it was just, it made a big noise and a big impact here in market. We also have a behavioral change initiative called Sky Girls GH, which we've championed for the past 4 years. It started off as an anti-tobacco intervention where we crafted something for teenage girls. It's now grown 4 years later into an empowerment movement for those girls. And we have done everything. We've created 3 full-fledged movies. The last one launched in March. Songs, collaterals, reading. We publish a magazine, 40,000, like a hard magazine, 40,000 bi-monthly. And the content is derived from the girls for the girls. The Sky is a major thing. So I think those would be just 4 that the agency has led and done in market.
I always love it when I use influencers because I'm always surprised and always learning what happens. My best one being when I paid 5,000 cedis to a celebrity influencer for a brand.
Please, who is the celebrity?
I won't
So
say.
I don't know. That's amazing.
And I remember being excited. But I remember like 5,000 cedis for 2 weeks. Why? But we were looking at her followership, her reach, calculated how it's going to convert on Jumia. She posted it beautifully. But under the comments, they were just talking about something else. Not a single mention of my brand. So engagement was so low, it was heartbreaking. But usually, I enjoy using influencers. My last campaign was very, we really were very, intentional. So the idea was the influencer teaches, because it was really focused on education. The influencer shows how the product is used, and then we direct them to particular stores and pharmacies which were handling the product. So it was very easy for us to measure. And the stores were so overwhelmed by the push, by the calls, that I was like, yes, next time they won't talk about slobs. And because I know you understand.
I do. Okay, so 2 minutes each for you. Okay, so mine has been the digital space. So from my background, I know most of you know the voting for in realities. So Miss Ghana, GMB, Mentor. That had been that's where I started from. And that concept was me. So I look 10 years back and I look at myself now, and the concept is still working. I've been able to create a whole department in Media General right now that's doing that, and it's so profitable. It's beautiful to say that when these things happen, fresh from school, Lily, bring an idea, and everybody's looking at you, what's going like, you need to bring an idea that sticks. And then now I look back 10, 15 years, and my idea has been replicated by so many other people. It makes me feel very good, I must say.
So I think for me, would have been 2 things. The first one was my work on Bailey's, and then my current work on Malta Guinness. So when I joined and I started working on Bailey's, I felt very confident because, I've worked on Sunlights where it was all about women. So Bailey should be a piece
That's not an easy brand.
Yes. Bailey should be a piece of cake. It wasn't. It wasn't making a lot of sense. The women are buying, but they are not drinking. Turns out that women will buy Baileys and take 3 months to drink it. Mm-hmm. When their friends come, then they will drink it. So I wasn't understanding what was going on. We looked at the data and we found out these issues, that they will buy it. It's not like they don't enjoy it. They enjoy it. Baileys has a very, very, very high equity. It's the biggest equity holder in our entire portfolio, right? Everything, even Johnny Walker, Guinness is nowhere near close. Baileys, women know it, but they weren't drinking it as much. So we had to sit down and do a proper deep dive into what can we do to make these women drink it more. So we did a whole investigation, research, data, and all of that. And of course, following the brand direction, we came to the realization that if we can position Baileys as the #1 adult treat for women, because women go through a lot, right? They handle a lot of things. They do a lot of things, the multitasking. There's so many things. They need to indulge. They need to relax. Usually, what do? Ice cream, biscuits, munches, once in a while, they treat themselves. So then we came up with Bailey's Treats, which basically, how do we merge these two together so that women see that Bailey is what they go to when they are trying to indulge. And so we partnered with cupcake boutiques, every salon, spa. We went there, we sampled. You're having a manicure, you have the Baileys by you. Influencers, Telande Tigard, Nadia Jima, Zubeida, all of them were creating, we call it lick the screen content with Baileys. In half a year, our sales shot up from 10,000 EUs to 15,000 EUs. We ran a campaign called Odoye Baileys. We started doing Baileys infused chocolate, Baileys infused ice cream on sales as giveaways. All of these amazing things. And then it moved. So it's not like they don't like Baileys. It's just that we had to find a way to incorporate Baileys into a touch point that they could strongly relate to. So that for me was fantastic. It was very fantastic. It's one of my proudest moments. Now I am working on Malta Guinness, where we are sponsoring the Women's Premier League. I have no knowledge in football, nothing. I don't know anything about football. I remember I went to the 2010 World Cup with my dad, and I was lost. I couldn't care less, if I should put it that way. And now I'm having to, first of all, understand football, because I can't make certain decisions if I don't even understand the game. And that aside, there are the women who need empowering, right? They need to be seen. They need to be heard. They need to be appreciated with football. And then you have a GFA, right? You need to understand this entire government organization. They don't work like the way everybody work on their own time, their own schedule. They do what they want. You get it? Mm-hmm. And now having to merge all of these three pillars is challenging. It's very challenging. But yeah, as a fellow Gen Z, I'm up for the challenge. So please look out for it. I'm sure it will hopefully turn out great.
Thank you so much, ladies. This
Thank
would
you.
end our discussion today. The takeaway for me, if anyone is listening and you are not a pro in marketing or leading marketing, but you are an SME or an entrepreneur, is that it's not just about budgeting for advertising or boosting your post or selling your product on the market, but it has to be targeted.
Yes.
You have to segment.
Yes.
You also have to monitor.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Discussion had been Lydia, Lily, Adeline, Venus, Wilma, Irama. Thank you so much. You know, on the, whilst they sit, on the whole merchandising thing, just like the First Lady has said, the IDA model is attention. So I think that sometimes we don't want to say it, but the first reason we are picking merchandisers, I've done BTLs for a long time. The first reason we are picking merchandisers is for attention. So who better gives us attention? That is the basic thing. Who is better at it? I think we also use more women because they had a bit of emotion to their sales. And all of us, we are empathetic. Women are naturally empathetic. And they bring that along in their sales. We would have a presentation, but before then, I'll call on Daniel Sapo, who has a very short message for us. Then I would call Odilia to give her presentation. So Daniel is Global Sales and Marketing Strategies for Minds Transformation. He's a coach and an author as well. Is Daniel around? Okay.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. So in the next 5 minutes, I'm just going to talk about 5 things, which I believe that these short insights will be of benefit to you, to your business, and to your life. Now, the first thing I want to talk about is mindset. We talk about sales, we talk about marketing, we talk about advertising. But with my experience in the industry, one thing I have realized is that one of the main differences between exceptional people who do exceptionally well in digital sales and those who don't is mindset. Some people literally just don't believe in themselves. You are talking to a marketing manager, a CEO, or someone you want them to buy into your product or your service, but you are scared, you are afraid. And if you're a marketing manager, you're a sales manager, I'm sure you've seen that a lot in your customer service people, sales people, and all that. So until you sort out the mindset, you will not be able to work on the sales of the business. That's the first in mindset. So always get the mindset right. The second thing I want to talk about, it's basically the knowledge about people we want to pitch to in digital sales. working at Tonaton Ghana Limited and GG as head of marketing and sales, one thing I always realized was that often when we are talking to clients, when we are talking to organizations, you sometimes talk to the wrong people. You can have the right message, you can have the right presentation, you can have the greatest pitch deck, but are you talking to the right person? Sometimes it may even be the right company, but is it the right person? You can have a 1-hour presentation with an HR manager, but she's not the decision maker. You're making a very big mistake. So anytime you have any form of presentation, whether it's an investment you want, whether it's a sale you want to make, whether it's a partnership, don't just knock on the right doors in terms of the organization. Talk to the right person. And one question you can always ask is, in terms of decisions like this in the organization, how is the process like and who are the decision makers? It will help you get to the right person. The third thing I want to talk about is basically about the presentation itself. The presentation is not the PowerPoint. The PowerPoint is supposed to help with the presentation. I've been in a lot of rooms with different salespeople globally where they come and they read the PowerPoint presentation to me. That means you don't know what you're talking about. That means that you've been given something to come and tell me that you don't even know what you're talking about. And until you know what you're talking about and you are one with what you're talking about, you can't influence anyone to make a decision, especially when you're talking about a lot of money. So you don't know. So immediately you become a salesperson. Salespeople don't sell. That's one thing I always tell people. Salespeople don't sell. If you're a salesperson, you'll never sell. But if you are a person who comes with an information which you want to show me that I should be interested in it and let's talk about it, then I will be interested in what you're talking about. But if you come as a salesperson, a perfect example can be, hi, my name is Daniel Sapon. So on the first slide, you can see that everything from the graph, nobody wants to hear that again, you know. So don't be salesy. Don't be salesy. So that's the presentation. Don't be salesy. The fourth time there. When a marketing manager, a CEO, a director, anybody gives you 30 minutes of their time, 15 minutes of their time, all they want to know, they are very busy. All they want to know is that, I don't have time. I'm here. What do you have for me? Which can either increase my revenue, reduce my cost, or increase my market share. Everything else is crap. Everything else is crap. And in that meeting, if you are not able to make that clear, they will tell you, we'll get back to you. And that will get back to you is something that you would hear often, and they never would get back to you because you just came to talk. You didn't come to tell me exactly how what you have can be of benefit to me. And the last thing I want to talk about, before I talk about that, where's my executive assistant? Okay, I think she stepped out. So I have my book, 12 Sales Secrets, the Global 500 Companies Don't Want You to Know, and my book, Mind Games, which I released, this one released in Dubai last year, and this one released today. But I don't have enough copies here, so anybody who will be interested, especially in the sales and mindset, you can get it right after here. And that's the last thing I want to talk about, basically. That after every meeting, I don't care if it's a meeting with a director or with a manager or with your friend or with a client, anytime you have any form of discussion with anyone, no matter what, and there must be a follow-up, get that follow-up in that meeting, else you're not going to get that follow-up again. So, for example, we just had a good conversation. The person is interested. The person loves what you do. Then the person said, we'll get back to you. How many of you ever will get back to you? We have to think about it. Trust me, nobody thinks about it. Nobody thinks. Listen, once you're in a meeting with anybody and they tell you, I'll think about it, trust me, they are not going to think about it. Never. It's either they are really interested and would go with you or they are not. And because they are shy and afraid to tell you a no, they'll just give you an excuse. And that thing is crazy. It just messes up with your mind. So you want to get back to me. Okay, like when would you be a good time to get back? But even before that, everything that we discussed here, is there anything that may prevent you from working with us? It's better to know it there and then, because they will never tell you if you don't ask. Is there anything that would prevent you from working with us? Make sure you know all those things. And if there's nothing that's preventing you, maybe they just need time to put their budgets together, then get an exact date. Because sometimes doing follow-ups, you become a nuisance. So when would it be a good time to get back on this? Next week, next 2 weeks, next 3 weeks? Next week. Immediately pull up your calendar. Okay, next week. Will the 5th of November be a good time to check on you? 5th of September, 5th of November, okay, great. 5th of November, which time is usually ideal to call you? It's good to call me around 9 a.m. Okay, I've logged it in the calendar. I'll call you. Thank you very much. So now, if I'm calling you on the 5th of November at 9 a.m., we have agreed to something. Else, if you don't have anything and you just start calling the next week, you just start calling. That's how they'll start blocking you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daniel. So for our media partners, we are still grateful. Joy FM, Joy Business, 3 Music, Plus FM, One Play, Africa, Joy Prime, yen.com.gh, Joy News, primenewsghana.com, Media General, kovichenews.com, novoranreports.com, amialdebra.com, afrimass.com, Global Media Alliance, EIB, Hyperlink Media Africa. For my next guest, he says, don't introduce me plenty. But she's an ace broadcaster, and she's the CEO of On Media Africa. Her presentation is a report on industry brand visibility as a tool for revenue generation, and is powered by On Media Africa, Infocus BCW, and Hyperlink Media Africa. Please help me welcome Odilia Intiamwa.
Hello. Looks like the room is half full. It's better to say half full than half empty. Yes. And so I'm not coming to do a presentation. I am just going to share some insights on data that we have collected. And looks like almost everybody here has said how important data is. For 5 years, the latest I worked with, and in the boardrooms and in the management meetings, I saw how the company was frantically looking at getting following and trying to build up their brand because competition had really kicked in, and competition was so strong they felt that they were losing a lot of business. Then they identified that where is the competition sitting, or where does the competition have their strength? And they noticed the competition had their strength on digital media platforms, and there was a need for them to reach the people within that space. Otherwise, they know that the next generation of people who will buy from them were actually not going to be with them. And so they did a dipstick, found out the data, and then they plunged into the execution. What they then decided to do was set up the digital marketing plan for their brand. And from the very top, the CEO to even the security, you will be asked, what have you shared today concerning the brand? What have you told others on digital platforms concerning the brand? And immediately, you needed to come up with something. So we put this data together with a mindset that people will treat this kind of information as if they were a media house themselves, because gradually, brands are looking at how they can migrate their operations from the traditional media space into the digital media space. So we collected data on 1,000 brands, and then we scaled it down to 100 brands. And we found a lot of things within these 100 companies and what they were doing. So one of the key things we found amongst the 100 brands was that almost all of these people, all these brands, have a market share among LSM 5 to 10. That is people within the who have the spending power. And these people who have the spending power actually sit on LinkedIn. Yet 95% of the brands whom we surveyed did not have an account on LinkedIn, or if they did, had never posted on that particular page. And it's actually a page where you can find all the professionals who have the spending power, or if you launched a brand, they could buy, and so on. So we observed that the companies were not going there. And even the media houses that my expectation was that they would be there. Media houses that we surveyed did not have LinkedIn accounts. And if they did, they actually had never posted on LinkedIn before. So that was one of the things that was one of the insights we found. We also found that within the banking sector, the banks actually were the most engaging. So when you put a question to the bank, they would quickly come and react because, of course, banking has a lot of reputational issues. And so the banks were critically interested in reacting quicker to questions or queries, or even when customers were not satisfied, they were quick to react and quickly get it out of the way. Then we also observed that from the hospitality space, we found that the hospitality, of course, we focused our attention on hotels because they were easier for us to collect the data from. We observed that from the hotel sector, you will find that hotels do not react to anything. They don't answer queries. They don't do anything. They post really sparingly. Within a week, you will find that they may not have posted anything. So we wanted to dig deeper to find out why this particular segment of the economy, which has been so battered by COVID-19, is also not interested in moving the activities on digital. The observation was that they have platforms where they actually get their clients from direct, and they didn't really see a need to really push the agenda on digital space. Now, the challenge that you're going through. We also observed for the insurance industry, the insurance companies were also posting sparingly and looking at insurance penetration, which is currently still below 2%. The expectation was that insurance will also be back-to-back with putting the information out there for people to connect. Insurance companies also posted really sparingly. They would do about 4 posts within a month. That is probably 1 within a week. And so that was also one of the things we observed. Then, of course, fast-moving consumer goods, Guinness. Yes. So you want to hear about Guinness? Okay. So in the fast-moving consumer goods space, we also observed that many of the brands were not upbeat when it comes to putting information out there for people. And they also didn't react a lot to customer requests. So companies like Guinness, you will find that people are requesting to find employment opportunities that, obviously, were not also answered. And then we also observed that this space, you have quite a number of the people we surveyed that had huge numbers. And the expectation is that they should be able to use these huge numbers to project and to promote their brands. I was just talking to somebody who used to work with MTN, and he was sharing with me that, so he asked me a simple question: have you seen any billboard of MTN in recent times? And I said, no, I haven't. And then he said, that's how gradually companies are beginning to cut their budget on certain things, and everybody is looking at moving digital. So I said, oh, then it means that this data we have collected is really good, because companies can really see how they can use their own data for their own advantage. So if you have a company like Shell Ghana, which actually topped the rankings with 9 million following on their page, and this data sits there. These are people who are following on a constant basis. Once they are on Facebook, it means that, that Facebook demographics have changed a bit because of TikTok. So now you have people, the average age on Facebook being 30 years. It means that these are the people, the young people who have cars, would want to buy fuel, and of course, they would want to be able to see that Shell Ghana is willing to give them some giveaways. And so we observe that globally, brands that have used giveaways on their pages have actually grown the page and also gained some affinity for their brands. And it's actually one of the key things that is one of the recommendations that we have given. We also observe that many brands are doing cross-posting. So the language they used on Facebook is the same thing they used on LinkedIn, is the same thing they have used on Twitter, and is the same thing they have used on all their brands. It is something that is actually not working. Each digital media space has a different language they speak. And if you speak the language, you will actually garner the numbers you're looking for. And so we observe that these companies are actually also just doing the cross-posting. We also observe that many of the brands have used Facebook as like a dumping site. So they pick either their traditional media advert and they just dump it there. They have done a flyer about their brand. Okay, they used it for a certain purpose. When they finish, they dumped it there. And so you see that it comes with no engagements. There's nothing going on the pages yet. So for certain big brands, you can tell that people have followed them because naturally they have done a very good work with traditional media and people like the brand and people would want to be associated with the brand. And for that matter, they have followed them on those platforms. But apart from that, the brands themselves have not engaged at all with these companies. So some of the key takeouts that we put down. In the research, we did something also because it's a conversation we want to be able to see brands move towards. That is executive visibility. How do we get our CEOs, our marketing managers, our executives, you want to sell it to me? So if you don't believe in your brand, why should I believe in it? So that is where digital media is gradually going towards. People want to see that people who say they work in these companies are actually believers in the companies and they are actually running with the brand. So we decided to focus our attention on CEOs of these brands. And we observed that out of the 100 companies, we found only 10 of these CEOs that were really serious about projecting their brands on digital. And out of the 10, we observed that there were CEOs that came from telecommunication companies and the media. These were the two companies that, two sectors of the economy that actually their CEOs actively engaged. We decided to actually do the rankings of the CEOs as well, from 100 to 40. And we observed that out of the 40, it was just 10 that were really seriously engaging their brands. A few takeouts, and then I'll be done. One of the key takeouts is that we want to be able to put content on our pages that gets people really engaging and people staying a bit longer on our pages. And therefore, what Instagram uses a lot is called the carousel. That is, you put a couple of pictures that people can flip like an album. So they go through like this. By the time they have gone through 7 pictures, you have been able to tell a story as a brand because people don't have the eyeball to be able to stay on your page for more than 1 minute. They want to be quick with it and they want to just go away. So if we're looking at projecting a particular brand or a particular message, or you're doing a particular campaign on Instagram, and of course even on all the other pages, you can use the carousel by posting several pictures in one space. Video. Everybody wants to watch a TikTok video today, and TikTok has become popular because it is a pure video content platform. And so the sort of mentality we all have, and the reason why we have migrated to TikTok, should actually be the mentality that every business will have now, that put it in video and people will watch, and they would watch more videos than they will actually stay on your page when it comes to flyers and all of that. Then the observation is that many companies, you were talking about people going to presentations and really selling and selling and selling. People can see through that when they come on your page. So we observe that a lot of the brands spend a lot of time selling their products and not looking at the pain points of people, connecting the pain points to their brand and selling from that perspective. Now, if you came to anybody and say, yes, we sell the best quality fuels, is this, yes, people will see it and then they'll pass. But when you tell us that in these economic situations, if you buy fuel from us, you can actually save yourself 2 gallons of fuel, and you're able to prove that on your page, that catches our attention because you're trying to find our pain points to connect your advertising to. So that was one of the observations. And if companies could tweak this a bit and not just concentrate on their brand only and just trying to project their brand in the face of people, that will also be one of the key things that people should take a look at. We observed that many companies do not have their current CEOs or MDs on their website. We actually had to be calling some of the companies to find out who is your CEO currently. And many companies have not updated information on their own company websites, and that's very strange. And so for some of the key takeouts, we say that we should actually check across our platforms and make sure that all of these things are corrected, because people sitting outside, if they want to connect to any company, they first check your website, for example. So that was one of the things we also observed. And then for all the companies, and for certain brands, they didn't post anything even for a week. And so and you could tell, because for the media space alone, for 10 companies within the media space, they have as many as 21 million followers. Just 10 companies have 21 million followers. And therefore, if you treat your brand as if it were to be a media company, and I know that all these companies have great content that they can put on the space. So for people who are looking at collecting data on digital space and being able to make a great decision as brands, especially when it comes to their digital space, it's a beautiful opportunity to get a copy of our reports and get all the insights. We've actually, for every brand that is in the rankings, we have done some key takeouts for the brands to be able to use for their decision making. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed your insights. I was a victim of the cross-posting. So I remember initially when I got onto TikTok, maybe because I like to write a lot and like to do videos, I kept writing, and I realized, no, it's not going as supposed to. Because sometimes it's just a hashtag, FYP, and that's all. Then they post the video. So I've really learned. We have a short video from Lux Live, and then we'll close the session. Isaac will come and close us. It's been a very long, insightful day. I've enjoyed it.
Beauty, they say, lies in the eyes of the beholder. Are you thinking of having a modern stage design for your occasion? For stage design and stage lighting setup, there's only one name and one place you have to go. Lux Live Experience Limited. Lux Live is an expert in stage designing and stage lighting setup. We provide you with the best of ultra-modern stage design, concept, and stage lighting for church services, musical concerts, and award ceremony. We also provide services for studio setups, interior decorations, and wedding or engagement receptions. For more information, call or WhatsApp 0267 837006 or 027 440 552. Email info@luxlivegh.com. Instagram @_luxurylivegh. Lux Live, your true definition of good living.
Your true definition of good living. Isaac, please come close us up. It's been a long day. Thank you all for joining us. Those online, I keep forgetting you. Okay, all right. He says I should close us. So thank you all for all our speakers, for our guests, for all our sponsors. We are so grateful. My name is Yasapma. I've been your MC for the day, and you have been a wonderful audience as we keep in and out of it. So do have a wonderful evening, and I hope that for all that we have discussed here, we'll keep the conversation going. There's a spark of a conversation, so we'll keep it going, and we'll do the right things so that we are able to maximize our sales. And then clients also get as much as they are given. That is value for their money. Have a wonderful evening.